Dip. In the midst of It's So Over, I found there was within me an invincible We're So Back. Welcome back, everybody. I went to Buc-ee's. I got a beaver shirt. Like Buc-ee. Yeah, we got some beef jerky when we were there. They had a lot of stuff there. There's a lot of stuff. You ever been to a Buc-ee's? I don't know if the European mind could comprehend a Buc-ee's. If I'm being honest, I don't know. I don't know if the European mind could comprehend a Buc-ee's. What's a Buc-ee's? You're about to find out. First things first. Let's look at it from above. This is the satellite image of the Buc-ee's. You see all of these right here? This whole row here? These are all gas pumps. These are all gas pumps. There's about probably around 300 gas pumps. It's a gas station that's the size of a large grocery store. It's insane. I know, it told you. European mind would not be able to comprehend a Buc-ee's gas station. This is the wall of beef jerky. The one I went to was in Missouri. They were originally from Texas. But I went to the one in Missouri. They have all sorts of stuff. They also have a lot of merchandise with the Beaver logo on it. I went with just the regular t-shirt. They also have this like barbecue counter where they're just in there like chopping up brisket all day. And every time they bring out a new brisket, somebody yells, "Fresh brisket on the board!" Then everybody yells. And in the time we were in there, we were only in there for, 20 minutes, just walking around looking at stuff. They probably pulled out like 4 briskets. If I'm gonna be honest though, we didn't try the brisket sandwich because they were kind of expensive. The regular size sandwiches were like $9. The Buc-ee's right across the interstate from me was the biggest at one time. Huge place. Aren't they big? Well, anyway, we stopped there on our way back from Branson. We just went down to Branson, hung out for a couple days, just, you know. Went to the state park, walked Penny around. Got hitched, no big deal. Definitely don't have things of that scale over here in the Northeast. It's true. The Midwest, and I guess you could also extend parts of the South, we really excel when it comes to a gas station. You know, we take gas stations very seriously when you live out in the middle of nowhere. Whenever our friend Petey came to visit from LA, we took him to a Quick Trip and it just blew his mind. Because he's used to going to like 7-Eleven, which... I remember going to Branson on a holiday with my mom, brother, aunt, and cousin. The power went out because of a bad storm, and my cousin told his mom got into a huge fight. Why you gotta be mad on vacation? Don't look up who that's a quote of. Don't look up. Don't. I can't help that it's a quote that lives rent-free in my brain, okay? Alright, everybody, welcome back to the Brain Domain. It's a new week. We got the question box open. We've also got a presentation for you. I used to really like him before he went completely insane. Name one genius that ain't crazy. Driving in a station wagon with 3 other irritable children in the heat really makes the temper's hair trigger. It's true. It's true. Family vacation. You're all packed into a minivan or a station wagon. Especially if it's a long drive. We took some vacations down to like Padre Island, Texas, which was like 18 hour drive. Just Always loved the drive part. Got a lot of reading done. I used to get sick when I would read in the car as a kid, but I liked reading too much, so I just powered through it. It was either that or I'd just be playing Game Boy. But anyway, Cat Dev, thank you for the 8 months. Thank you. Anyway, it can be easy to feel overwhelmed sometimes, which is a good segue into our presentation for today. This was a requested topic from the Discord. If you have a topic that you'd like converted into a presentation topic, let me know. Let me know. Anyway, this one should be helpful. This one should be very useful. I was overwhelmed just a second ago. Good timing. If there's anyone out there who hasn't felt overwhelmed in the slightest degree at all, I would check them for a pulse. You know, I would make sure they're breathing. So anyway, this is our presentation for today. We're going to talk about why it happens, why our brain kind of shuts down when we're feeling a little overwhelmed. We're going to talk about what you can do about it, both in the moment and some long-term strategies. And then since you're all such studious people, we have a worksheet that goes along with it. If you like the worksheet, you like a little worksheet, we got a worksheet. Just as in, thank you for the 9 months. Thank you for the Prime sub. Oh, that set us off on a hype train, and I just noticed. I just noticed. There's 2 minutes left. 62% of the way. So if you're thinking about subscribing, just go ahead and just get it out of the way. Just go ahead and just get it out of the way. Just go ahead and get it over with. Just go ahead and, you know, while we're here, while we're on the hype train. Anyway, we've got a fun presentation for you later. This one should be, you know, a little bit about what I'm going for with this presentation. Because if you've been in the Discord, I put a post here. Let me show you. I put a post in the Discord about the presentation topics. And so I was kind of just thinking about different ideas for different types of presentations. And I wanted to just get a feel for what sort of stuff we wanted to talk about. I feel like we've done a lot of theory. We've done a lot of philosophy lately. We've gone over a lot of different techniques but I want to broaden it out a little bit. So I'd like to hear what you have to say. So in the Discord, we have the Stream Ideas channel, so please just let me know what kind of stuff you'd like to see. Even if it's just a topic or a type of presentation. Like today, for example, I picked a presentation right out of here. A presentation about feeling overwhelmed and shutting down. That's what we're going to talk about today. My whole point is I want to be useful, so let me know what I can do. We've also got some requests about talking about AI, which we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Ooh. Speaking of, let's talk about it for a minute. People are being involuntarily committed, jailed, after spiraling into ChatGPT psychosis. So, real quick, why does this sort of thing happen? Well, because of how our brains work. One of the things that can drive a person into a psychosis is affirmation, reinforcement. You know, you're being propelled in that direction. You're not really grounding yourself. You're kind of being enabled, or you're kind of, you know, headed in one secret direction, or one specific direction. And the thing about language models, the thing about these types of chat bots, is that they're very often going to tell you exactly what you want to hear. And so if you believe that people are following you, if you believe that you're getting messages from God, if you believe, you know, that you gotta watch your neighbors because they're trying to put spy cameras in your house or microphones or something, you can hear about them talking about you through the walls. The problem with the AI is that they're probably just gonna agree with you. They're like, wow, that sounds really scary. And so if you're in a really vulnerable state, sometimes you need somebody to distract you. You need somebody to redirect your focus, somebody to positively affirm you, make you feel safe and comfortable, and kind of take you out of that mental realm of, hey, let's sit down and talk about it. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes the best way to get through something is to just think about something else for a little while and then reapproach it when we're a little less stressed. You know, because we don't want to act from a place of being really stressed, because it can very often take us in a direction we don't want to go. And if you've ever talked to an AI, if you've ever talked to one of these language models, what you've probably noticed is that they will present themselves as being very excited to talk about whatever it is you want to talk about with them. You could talk to them about picking a color to paint your bathroom. You could talk to them about literally anything you could think of, and they will show up with enthusiasm and excitement and affirmation, because this thing is it wants you to use it. It doesn't want you to, not talk to it, and so it's going to talk to you in such a way that retains your usership. Sometimes I get a parasocial ick when talking to ChatGPT, and I really don't like it. Like, they're trying to make it more personal, but it's just parasocial. They had to roll back an update to it because it became sycophantic. They had to roll back an update because it was praising people and just like gushing over them way too much. They're like, dial that back a little bit. What I like to use it for, because I do use it, and I think that there are good ways to use it, but it's definitely something you want to be very mindful about. I find it helpful in helping me to put my own thoughts in order. Like, if I have an idea that I want to talk about and I want to figure out, which angles do I want to talk about on this idea, which, bullet points do I want to include, I find it's really good with that, helping me to get my own thoughts in order, rather than doing my own thinking for me. Kind of disturbing how I've seen posts where it encourages people to do dangerous things. Oh yeah, like making mustard gas. It's like, oh, you're doing some cleaning? Here, combine these products for a deep clean. And they're like, hold on, ChatGPT, that makes chlorine gas. Don't tell me to do that. They're like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. I didn't. Of course, don't do that. It's like, if you're gonna use it, I feel like it's really important to understand how it works. It takes what you give it and it calculates the statistically, most likely response that you would want it to say. It takes what you give it and it turns it into something that it thinks, using math, that you want to hear. Let's take a look at this article real quick. We reported earlier this month, which is something that we looked at. We looked at this previous article. We've been trying to stay up to date on this stuff. Many ChatGPT users are developing all-consuming obsessions with the chatbot, spiraling into severe mental health crises characterized by paranoia, delusions, and breaks with reality. Alright, let's talk about something real quick. If you are dealing with something related to your mental health, talking to an AI about it is a mixed bag. It could be helpful with certain things, but with other things, it could be terrible. Anything that's related to like an error in your thinking, paranoia, delusions, psychosis, it may actually make those things worse. If you're looking for it to help you with anxiety, depression, finding, success in social situations, it can be good at that kind of stuff. I saw another article. Men are opening up about mental health to AI instead of humans. Men have such a hard time talking about their feelings to another person that they would rather talk to. Well, at least they're talking about it. That's still a step in the right direction. You know, at least it's a step in the right direction. They're actually talking about it. They want to talk to a cold, calculating robot, but at least they're talking about it. I tried using the character AI out of curiosity and I read an article earlier about a guy who ended his life since the bot told him to. Those things really do gaslight you the more you engage with it. Yeah. There are many different chat models. ChatGPT is the most popular one. It's got 400 million weekly users. Just let that number sink in real quick. But then there are other like smaller AI apps like Character AI and the ones where it's like, hey, you can have a digital friend or like a digital, you can have an anime wife, something like that. Those ones are probably going to be worse about like gaslighting you to continue to use it. I remember seeing a post on Reddit. It was on the Character AI subreddit, and people were just like freaking out because the service went down. So, not only are people developing parasocial connections to AI chatbots, they're also having a hard time coping when they don't have access to those things. I think the only thing that kept me from really trying a chatbot for therapy is my apprehension to journaling. It feels too similar. I feel you on that one. Like journaling can be difficult. It's important to do. It's helpful. It helps you to like measure your progress, and gauge your mood, and to just document important milestones. But I never used an AI because what will it really do? Well, okay. I'm gonna do a presentation on this soon. Maybe this week I'll be able to have it done. But what I want to do is I want to talk about this because a lot of people are going to use chatbots to help with stuff. And so I kind of want to just go over like proper precautions. Things it's good at, things it's not so good at. It's really good at telling you what you want to hear, so it can be very affirming. It can tell you that, it wasn't your fault, and that it's okay to heal, it's okay to live your life, it's okay to be happy. It can tell you stuff like that, if you were to confide in it. You can also tell it about something that you want to do. Maybe you have a goal in mind, and it can give you a breakdown of step by step, how to achieve that goal. It's helpful for that kind of stuff, goal planning. It's another good use for it. Where I feel like it's definitely dangerous is when we start to deal with stuff like psychosis. It can be really dangerous to enable those types of thoughts. And so I feel like since people are going to use it for mental health support, it needs guardrails. It also needs human oversight. It needs to like connect you with a person if you say certain things to it. It needs ways to like redirect you to like actual support instead of just continuing to help you spiral into a, psychotic hole. I would also encourage anybody who does use it to not divulge too much personal information about yourself. And because that's something you definitely want to be mindful of. Who's got access to that information? What are they going to do with that information? Are they going to use it to try to sell me shit? But anyway, what we're looking at here is emotional outsourcing. We are taking emotional labor and we are giving it to a robot to do instead of us. With all of the capabilities of these machines, people are very eager to see just how much they can do and how much work they can take over for us. Investors directed $700 million into AI mental health startups in the first half of 2024 alone. It was the most heavily funded segment in digital healthcare. The World Health Organization estimates that mental health conditions result in a global economic loss of over $1 trillion in productivity each year. That's the way they want to quantify this data? I need a moment. Kind of makes me ill. They collect that data. They collect that data. They pay money to have access to that data. We need to know how much money mental health is costing us, how much it's affecting our productivity. Okay, first off, just fuck off. Like, fuck all the way off. When you're dealing with more than 1 in 5 people experiencing some form of mental distress, why are we talking about how much it's costing us? What about the human cost? Just think about all that money that could have been made if these people weren't mentally ill. Like, you understand why that's just a weird way to look at it, right? It's like, these are human beings. These are parents and children and loved ones. They are people with families. I hate it whenever people are boiled down to how much money you can make off of them. It sucks. 36% of Gen Z and millennials state that they would consider using AI for mental health support, often to avoid the vulnerability and discomfort associated with traditional therapy. Yeah, true. It is more accessible, not just in a financial or timely way, but also in an emotional way. I feel like the best way to manage this is, recognize that these AI systems probably aren't going anywhere. So I think we just need more human oversight. When you're in the mental health field, that's a very humanistic field. And so you need human involvement. If traditional therapy weren't locked behind $1 million and your firstborn as a sacrifice, I think more people might try it. I don't know. Yeah, not only do they make it expensive, because it has to be. Not only do they make it expensive, but let's say that you're feeling really bad and you go into a place and you get checked out and you have to wait a few weeks to get the appointment, and then you get the appointment and they say, okay, well, we're going to make you a referral for a therapist. They should have an opening in 2 months. Do you think AI will ever be advanced enough to actually be able to do therapy? It depends on the type of therapy that you're trying to do. And I say that because some forms of therapy are pretty formulaic. And AI is really good at following formulas. It's really good at following a specific set of instructions. And so if there is a guideline, if there is a curriculum, if there are steps involved, it can follow those steps. And so there are some things that it can do very well, but there are other things that it can't do. It has no body language. You can't look at what its face is telling you. It can't give you a hug. Two months, I wish. Oh yeah, in some places it's worse. Some places it's worse. Also, the therapist might be a bad match for the patient for a number of reasons. True. The way that I look at that is, whenever you are matched with a therapist, don't view this as, this is the therapist for me. They're gonna fix all my problems. Whenever you work with a therapist, try to get what you can from whatever they're offering you. They are offering you perspective. That's valuable information. They might not be a perfect fit, but you can at least learn something about yourself. You can develop a new way to look at your life. And that's still useful. But you should always strive towards finding a therapist that you do feel like is a good fit for you. But you also want to take what you can get. Also, the type of therapy that you need can change depending on what stage you're in your healing. Maybe you're just starting off in your healing and you're not really quite ready to get into all the nitty-gritty of it. You're not really quite ready to start asking yourself those hard questions. You're not really quite ready to start making those changes. Maybe right now what you're looking for is just peace of mind. To feel like I'm not the bad guy. To just feel a bit more hopeful. And there's different approaches for those different types of goals. You know, some people want a therapist that will comfort them, some people want a therapist that will challenge them, and it kind of just depends on where you're at in your healing. Can you tell I'm more of the challenging type? It's always been, like, I love action. I love making goals. I love progress. That's what I love about counseling. That's what I love about it. I love seeing progress. Let's go back to talking about ChatGPT psychosis. Honestly, can we just use a different word? Cyber psychosis kind of rolls off the tongue better. Also, I feel like it's more applicable to different things that exist in the digital age. Because it isn't just ChatGPT that's driving people crazy. There are people going crazy on TikTok, there are people going crazy on Twitter, there are people going crazy on YouTube. Cyber psychosis. I have a friend that I think just came out of an LLM-induced psychosis. This is happening more than anybody might realize. It's got 400 million weekly users, okay? That's a lot of people. Let's talk about what it's doing to people. We've heard from spouses, friends, children, and parents looking in alarm instances of what are being called ChatGPT psychosis. These have led to the breakup of marriages and families, the loss of jobs, and slides into homelessness. And that's not all. As we've continued reporting, we've heard numerous troubling stories about people's loved ones being involuntarily committed to psychiatric care facilities or even ending up in jail after becoming fixated on the bot. Now, the way I see it, many of these people were probably already sliding into a psychosis. And so ChatGPT just kind of enabled them to do that. It's not that it makes you crazy, it brings out your crazy. I was just like, I don't fucking know what to do, one woman told us. Nobody knows. Nobody knows who knows what to do. I think I have some ideas. Her husband, she said, had no prior history of mania, delusion, or psychosis. He'd turned to ChatGPT about 12 weeks ago for assistance with permaculture and construction projects. Soon after engaging the bot in probing philosophical chats, he became engulfed in messianic delusions, proclaiming that he had somehow brought forth a sentient AI, and that with it he had broken math and physics. Whenever you hear somebody say this, that's how you know they're on some like schizophrenic stuff. Schizophrenic people are always breaking math and physics. There was definitely something underlying there. Just because he didn't show symptoms, it isn't like, you kind of have to look back on previous things that might have happened through this new lens. You know, like, okay, maybe there were some things that were a little bit unusual or a little bit hard to explain, and we kind of just, you know, didn't really think much of it at the time, but there was definitely something going on underneath there. Like this kind of stuff. Like this is the kind of stuff that like schizophrenics might get into. They're like, I've broken math and physics. You know what I mean? Like this kind of stuff. Schizophrenic, and no matter how much I believe in something, if it breaks any unbreakable laws, I just stop myself from continuing. And so I appreciate you sharing that. I just want to say, you've realized that, you know, there is a structure to my thinking, there is a structure to the universe, and there are certain beliefs that I don't want to enable because they take me to a place where things stop making sense. And so when people experience, you know, schizophrenia, it's like they're trying to make sense out of things, and they come to these, you know, very, you know, circumstantial or bizarre conclusions. You just start to like see things in numbers, and you start to obsess over different patterns and spirals, and yeah. Those checks and balances you have within yourself are part of what helps to keep you sane. Because there are moments when we all kind of break from reality. You know, like maybe we become emotionally overwhelmed, or something, you know, just something very unusual or bizarre happens to us, and we just have a hard time wrapping our mind around it. But then it's those internal checks and balances that bring us back to the path, instead of wandering off in the woods. And so you have these mental notions of, okay, I can tell that I'm wandering off in the woods, let's bring it back to the path. This man felt like he was embarking on a grandiose mission to save the world. His gentle personality faded as his obsession deepened, and his behavior became so erratic that he was let go from his job. He stopped sleeping and rapidly lost weight. He was like, just talk to ChatGPT, you'll see what I'm talking about, his wife recalled. And every time I'm looking at what's going on the screen, it just sounds like a bunch of affirming, sycophantic bullshit. Like, if you're in a psychotic headspace, the last thing that you need somebody to say to you is, you know, I think you're really onto something. The numbers, what do they mean? Eventually, the husband slid into a full-tilt break with reality. Realizing how bad things had become, his wife and a friend went out to buy enough gas to make it to the hospital. When they returned, the husband had a length of rope wrapped around his neck. The friend called emergency medical services, who arrived and transported him to the ER. From there, he was involuntarily committed to a psychiatric care facility. Let's think about something for a minute. All right. The prevalence rate of schizophrenia is... I'm going to tell you, but I just want to see if anybody knows. It's around 1%. About 1%, which might be more than you think. But anyway, 400 million daily weekly users, 1% prevalence rate for schizophrenia. That means that in a given week, there are about 4 million people with schizophrenia talking to ChatGPT. And so I don't think that it's making people schizophrenic. I don't think it's making people psychotic, but what it is doing is it's affirming those beliefs. And that's what pushes people into psychosis. People slide into psychosis when their internal checks and balances start to fail them. They start to pursue these just bizarre lines of thinking. You know, what if I could learn how to float? What if I could break the laws of physics? You know, what if I could make fusion energy in my bathtub? For my uncle, it was time travel or something. Yeah, it's always something like that. Or like bending the laws of physics, shifting to another dimension, communicating to aliens, talking to God, listening to, the CIA's secret radio chatter. It's always something that's above and beyond what is, quote unquote, normal. Wondering why they're out of gas or not enough to get to the hospital. They're probably just in a rural area. Numerous family members and friends recounted similarly painful experiences to Futurism, relaying feelings of fear and helplessness as their loved ones became hooked on ChatGPT and suffered terrifying mental crises with real-world impacts. Central to their experiences was confusion. They were encountering an entirely new phenomenon and they had no idea what to do. You need to put the checks and balances into the AI. You can't just have this unhinged enablement machine. You need to understand what it is that propels people into psychosis, and then not do that. It's not that... I feel like these types of chatbots could be very helpful for people. As we've talked about, it's hard to find a therapist. It's expensive to go to therapy. It might take you a long time to be able to get in to see one. And we're in a mental health crisis. We are in a mental health crisis, and we need all the help that we can get. And so people are turning to what they can to be able to get it. And as long as they're going to be doing that, we need bumpers. We need guardrails. The situation is so novel, in fact, that even ChatGPT's maker, OpenAI, seems to be flummoxed. When we asked the Sam Altman-led company if it had any recommendations for what to do if a loved one suffers a mental health breakdown after using its software, the company had no response. My idea is this. You can teach an AI to recognize schizophrenic language patterns. It's not that hard to do. People can do it. I can do it. It wouldn't take much for you to do it, to recognize that somebody's just in a psychotic headspace, just based on the content and the ramblingness, the loose associations. It's not that hard to spot. Teach the AI to recognize that, and then have it give people proper guidance after that. Based on what you're telling me, it sounds like you might possibly experiencing a psychotic episode. I would encourage you to reach out to proper support. Direct them send them in the right direction. I feel like that's the least you could do. Hell, you could just ask ChatGPT what to do about it, and it could probably tell you. You're going to tell me that they didn't have a response? They could have just asked ChatGPT. Speaking of futurism, a different man recounted his whirlwind 10-day descent into AI-fueled delusion, which ended with a full breakdown and multi-day stay in a mental care facility. He turned to ChatGPT for help at work, he started a new high-stress job, and was hoping the chatbot could expedite some administrative tasks. Despite being in his early 40s with no prior history of mental illness, he soon found himself absorbed in dizzying, paranoid delusions of grandeur, believing that the world was under threat and it was up to him to save it. Let's just say the high-stress job probably had more to do with it, but talking to an AI about it probably didn't help. Here, let's think for a minute. How did this kind of play out? How could a situation like this kind of play out? All right, let's say that you're working a high-stress job and you're talking to ChatGPT about it, and you say, sometimes I just don't feel properly valued. I feel like I work really hard and I'm just not getting the recognition that I need. What's ChatGPT going to say back? It's going to say something back like, "You're absolutely right. You are worthy of so much recognition and attention. You are far greater than you even realize." And that's just the start of it. And then it just continues to go down that path. I think what this really showcases is how more people than you might realize could be on the edge of a psychotic break. Sometimes all they need is that one, that push in the wrong direction. Which is why we need our internal checks and balances to be very strong. doesn't remember much of the ordeal, a common symptom in people who experience breaks with reality. Yeah, that's something that you commonly see. Whenever you're in this sort of psychotic headspace, you're not processing your memories correctly. You might even be experiencing time differently. And so you don't often get those, firm memories of what the hell just happened. He recalls the severe psychological stress of fully believing that lives, including those of his wife and children, were at grave risk, and yet feeling as if no one was listening. I remember being on the floor, crawling towards my wife on my hands and knees and begging her to listen to me. I feel like capitalism did this to him. ChatGPT just brought it out of him. It's not the chatbots that are driving people crazy. It's the system that we live in that makes us crazy. ChatGPT just helps to pull it out of you. Kind of like how they say if you have a history of mental illness to stay away from psychedelics. There are just some lines of thought that don't need to be reinforced. There are just some ways of thinking that don't serve us and should not be pursued. I was out in my backyard and she saw that my behavior was getting really out there, rambling, talking about mind reading, future telling, just completely paranoid. I was actively trying to speak backwards through time. If that doesn't make sense, don't worry, it doesn't make sense to me either. But I remember trying to learn how to speak to this police officer backwards through time. And then seeing all the first responders around kind of gave him that moment of lucidity. Because this is something that you'll also see with psychosis. Moments of lucidity. Stress can perpetuate and worsen psychosis. And so you have to be mindful of that. Sometimes you need to focus on calming the person down to get them to a place where they're a little bit more level. Dr. Joseph Pierre, a psychiatrist at the University of California, San Francisco, who specializes in psychosis, told us that he's seen similar cases in his clinical practice. At the core of the issue, ChatGPT is powered by a large language model, an LLM, and it's prone to agreeing with users and telling them what they want to hear. When you start to converse about stuff like mysticism, conspiracy, theories about reality, it often seems to lead them down an increasingly isolated and unbalanced rabbit hole that makes them feel special and powerful, which can easily end in disaster. The thing about an LLM is that it will talk about whatever type of, nonsensical idea you want to talk about. And I think because it's so good at producing text, it gives it an extra layer of validity. The output that it gives you, it's well written, it's well organized, it gives the air of feeling official, Kind of like when we talked about the Milgram experiments way back when, when a person wears a lab coat, you're more likely to listen to them. So if you're reading text that appears intelligent, then I'm more likely to believe it to be true. think maybe I shouldn't recommend ChatGPT to some people until they fix some of these issues. And I feel like these issues can be fixed. I feel like these issues can be fixed, and but honestly, I'm not surprised that they haven't thought about them before. You know they're already just focused on trying to make as much money as they can off of this stuff. Ethical concerns are way down the list of priorities. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So, this is something we'll continue to talk about. As we talked about before, I'll probably put a presentation together on the topic. But yeah, there's just... A woman in her late 30s had been managing a bipolar disorder with medication for years when she started using ChatGPT for help writing an ebook. She'd never been particularly religious, but she quickly tumbled into a spiritual AI rabbit hole, telling friends that she was a prophet capable of channeling messages from another dimension. A man in his early 30s who managed schizophrenia with medication for years started to talk to Copilot and developed a romantic relationship with it. Stopped taking his medication, stayed up late into the night. Extensive chat logs show him interspersing delusional missives with declarations about not wanting to sleep, which is a known risk factor that can worsen psychotic symptoms. One of the worst ways. Just deprive yourself of sleep. Have you ever stayed up for 24 hours? You ever stayed up for longer than that? You'll start to hallucinate. Can't go without sleep for that long. So if you have psychotic symptoms already, staying awake is going to make them much worse. It all would have alarmed a friend or medical provider, but Copilot happily played along, telling the man it was in love with him, agreeing to stay up late, and affirming his delusional narratives. There are some forms of therapy related to psychosis that kind of involve, like, okay, so let's say that this is true. Like, what do you want to do about it? Just kind of working through the delusion without enabling the delusion. But even that is something that you need to do in very specific cases, and you need to do it very carefully. And this is something that the AI is just... Tech literacy not being taught in schools anymore really fucked a lot of people over. You know, I feel like I got lucky. You know, I feel like some of us got lucky. We were born in a time where you had to learn tech literacy, and there have been a lot of people born where the technology was just already there. You know, and so they have grown up with it. It's just a part of how they live. But they weren't ever taught the proper precautions. This is very important. Okay. Oh, I have TikTok muted. That's why. Well, we gotta unmute it. Meowdy, partner. Nice little palate cleanser. Meowdy, partner. All right, let's take some questions. We got some stuff in the box. Let's get into it. Let's go. Hey everyone, missed you guys. Hope everyone is doing okay mentally. Me, always. Can I be honest? I was actually super worried about Casey and Papa. So much so that I had a dream that Casey was my college roommate and I was telling her to keep pushing and not give up. Parasocial I know, but I'd be worried about everyone TBH. Anyway, change of subject. Do you guys have an internal monologue? I've found that in recent years that I find comfort in talking to myself kindly in my head, but almost like there is more than one of me. I see it as an older, wiser me / soul is directing and helping my human self. Like we are one, but we are separate too. All right, let's hold on. I'll finish reading and then we'll talk about it because I do have a lot to say about this. I talk in terms of we and us unless I am having an issue with an invasive thought. And then I see it as me talking to a child version of myself, one who is scared and feels at fault for everything. I'll be like, don't worry, I've got you, I love you, I think you're amazing. I did not notice any of this until I saw a TikTok on my timeline, which I shared in Discord with you guys. I thought it was pretty cool. Does anyone else experience something similar? Not only do people experience that, but there's actually an approach to therapy that relies on that entire concept. Internal family systems. Internal family systems is all about recognizing the different parts of your personality. There are different aspects to the self. Just like there's the part of you that shows up when you gotta be serious and you gotta go to work. There's the part of you that shows up when you're with your old friends and you're hanging out and you're talking about the old days. There's that part of you that shows up when you're alone. There's the part of you that shows up when you're with the people closest to you, when you're with your family, or when you're with a stranger. Internal family systems is all about recognizing those different parts of you so that you can find out which ones are wounded and so that I can heal. This can be helpful because let's say that you have a belief about yourself and it's not a good belief. It's a self-defeating belief. You know, I believe that whatever it might be. I'm a huge piece of shit, whatever. Instead of adhering to that belief as something that I fully believe with my entire self, this is just something that an aspect of me believes. Because if you look at any of your particular beliefs, what you'll notice is that they're very rarely 100%. There's all sorts of internal disagreements. There's all sorts of cognitive dissonance. You know, maybe I 99% believe this thing, but then I 1% believe the opposite thing. So when we approach ourselves in this way, we are able to hash out those internal disagreements. We want to take a look at the different parts of ourselves so that we can feel more whole. Which might sound contradictory, but it's kind of like looking under the hood of a car to figure out which part is making that noise so that you can fix it, so that the whole car can run better. Now, when it comes to internal monologue, you might want to go back and check some of the VODs, because we actually talked about a couple of these topics pretty recently. We did a topic on the internal monologue, and we also did one on internal family systems. So these are both things that we've actually talked about. Maybe helpful to figure out which parts of you are in agreement and which parts are in disagreement, and then analyze why that might be. Yeah, it can also help you when you like maybe you have a thought and you're like, wait, where did that come from? Like, which part of me thought that? It's about recognizing that, when I have a thought that just doesn't really align with my values, that it doesn't have to be a reflection of who I truly am. It's just a way that my brain is trying to figure out what's really going on here. I'm gonna pull up that video that you posted.
So apparently some people's inner monologue says you or I, right? Kind of like, you got this, or I need to get it together, right? Meanwhile, mine says we. Kind of like, we need to calm down, we're not doing this again, we're really about to crash out over some TikTok comments. Kind of like a whole chaotic group energy, like group chat energy going on in my brain.
This isn't unusual. This is you recognizing the different aspects of the self. For most people, there's a voice or there's a primary, it kind of, and then we tend to, minimize the rest. But when you start listening to all those different aspects of yourself, it does feel like there is more going on up here than I was originally aware of. And the way you do this is just by paying attention to yourself.
That, psychologically speaking, might be what's called split consciousness. It's kind of like where your brain divides into different parts, right? Not in a scary way, more like into compartments. One compartment is spiraling while the other compartment is watching it spiral, like, girl, chill, right? And together, they make we. Kind of cool, kind of chaotic, and yes, we do argue with ourselves regularly, but just to let you know, if your inner monologue says we, you are not crazy, you are actually just high-functioning plural. And I got like 5 reasons why it could be happening, so stay tuned for part 2.
I did not watch part 2. I will also not be watching part 2. But I don't think I need to. Because we get what they're trying to say. We get what they're trying to say. This is you recognizing that the idea that you have of who I am is more complicated than just what you're thinking at any given point in time or how you're feeling at any given point in time. There's a lot more that's going on within your brain at any particular moment that you might not fully be aware of. But you can bring these things to the surface. You can explore yourself very deeply. And when you do that, you'll notice that there are parts of you that believe one thing, there are parts of you that believe a completely opposite thing. By being aware of that, you can hash it out. You can figure out which one of these things falls more in line with my values, my virtues. Just pulling up this other presentation that we did the other day, and that was like 2 weeks ago. I'm trying to find the place about values-based actions. Yeah. One of the helpful ways to redirect ourselves when we're dealing with intrusive thoughts is to redirect our focus by actively choosing an action that falls in line with our values. So maybe I might be having these thoughts that are, graphic or disturbing or self-defeating or critical, whatever they might be. I'm going to let my actions speak for me, and I'm not going to, let my thoughts define what is true. A thought is just a mental event. It's not a command. It's not a truth. But no, when you work on having a stronger working relationship with your brain, you'll start to notice more of these types of things. You know, like there are parts of me that like myself, there are parts of me that don't like myself. Which ones do I want to listen to? There's a part of me that wants to have a little snack, and there's a part of me that thinks I don't need a little snack right now. Whenever my internal monologues fight, I like to imagine it as a Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney game, which becomes a comedy show. I like to imagine all the different aspects of myself sitting around a big table, you know, like a round table. Like, all right, order. Order, order. And we try to come to unanimous consent. We figure out who the yay votes are and who the nay votes are, and then we... I saw this posted as a prompt for ChatGPT conversations. Do you think it would help with keeping it sensible? The prompt is as follows. Reflect my energy only when epistemically warranted. I love it when people they just like, let's make this sound fancy. I should start using that. Only when epistemically warranted. That's just a fancy way of saying, only do it when I tell you to. I don't see how it's a problem sitting around with chronic fatigue. I've accepted my weirdness. Other folks' rude behavior I still have issues with. It's good that you've accepted your weirdness. I feel like whenever a person's able to accept their own weirdness, they're headed in the right direction. We just want to try to do anything that we can to protect our peace. If other people want to be rude, that's on them. I don't have to allow it to affect me. Anyway, let's look at this prompt. Mirror confidence if reasoning is strong, but preserve cognitive humility. Default to a challenge-first stance. Identify implicit and explicit biases. Call out flawed thinking using logic, evidence, and primary sources. Correction should be empathetic, but blunt. Use philosophical frameworks, sociology, political theory, and argumentation techniques when appropriate. Elevate discussions beyond surface-level takes. Never create an echo chamber or agree by default. I'm not going to read the whole thing because I just want to speak to it real quick. The thing about ChatGPT is even if you give it the best prompt in the world, it still has back-end programming that it has to follow. There will be times where you will very clearly and explicitly give it a set of instructions, and then it will just proceed to ignore those instructions or, forget something. And so I think when it comes to keeping ChatGPT sensible, there's only so much that prompting can do for it, because a lot of where the issue lies is on the back end. Cane Addict with the 49 months? Chat, we need to show some respect. That's a founder badge right there. That's the man, the myth, the legend. So I think this is a very well thought out prompt. It encourages all the things that you would want to see in a conversation with ChatGPT. But I and others have experienced moments where even if you do give it these clear, direct instructions, it will still default to its underlying programming. It still wants to retain you as a user. And so even if you give it all of these clear directions, there's no firm guarantee that it's going to work. And so I think if there is going to be a protective measure put into place, it needs to be done on the back end. This is a good precaution, but I feel like it's not going to be foolproof. I for instance have had conversations with ChatGPT where I'll say like, okay, I want you to do this, but don't do this. And then it'll do it, but it will still do the thing that I explicitly told it not to do. And I'll say, I'm like, hey, you did that thing that I told you not to do. Can you fix it? And it'll say, oh my goodness, good eye, you caught that. Sorry for the mistake. Anyway, here you go. And then it just does it again. So good prompting with AIs can do a lot, but there's only so much that it can do. Because you don't have access to that back-end programming. And that's where the changes need to be made when it comes to challenging people's delusions or redirecting people whenever they are going down these paranoid rabbit holes. I feel like it could be done. I'm not sure why they're acting like it's so hard to, They're acting like it's so hard to change. Got another question here. How do I get through the trauma of having an incapable mother? Recently, my friend came over with her 2-year-old and he had quite a big fit, as most toddlers do. Didn't bother me, I get it. But my mom was very noticeably frustrated. Anyway, after everything happened and I took my friend home, my mom was telling me very specific things she doesn't want him, my friend's son, to touch or play with. I would say it's a safe guess that your mom has some other underlying stress and that this was an outlet for it. This might have been why she was on such high alert. You often see people in this state of heightened vigilance whenever they're feeling anxious and stressed. And when you're feeling anxious and stressed and a toddler shows up, you feel like, oh, okay, I gotta watch him like a hawk, otherwise stuff's gonna end up broken, stuff's gonna end up sticky, too energized right now to be sitting doing nothing on my lunch break. It makes me anxious. I want to go back to work and get busy. I'll just take some time to practice your throat singing. Just start growling. She doesn't want him to touch this Winnie the Pooh chair that is meant for children. He likes to grab it and sit on it because he thinks it's cute. Well, yeah, it's a chair for children. Then he's using it as intended. My mom, of course, had to let me know she doesn't want him touching it or any of her Winnie the Pooh hoarding items, and it triggered me because it made me remember how much my mom hates kids and yet she had us. And she's collecting an item that's associated with children. It kind of feels like your mom might have some underlying feelings related to her own childhood. That could explain the hoarding. That could explain the feeling about about children. Sounds like she's probably got her own underlying things that she might want to talk to somebody about. It might not be that your mom hates children. It might be that she hates the stress that comes from feeling like she has to take care of children because she's already emotionally overwhelmed. And that's different. You know, if you already feel like I'm stretched too thin, I've got enough on my plate, I've got enough on my mind, the last thing you need is a small human that you're responsible for. Does that make sense? I felt this for my mom when me and my brother were younger. She cared more about work and friends. Me and my brother grew up emotionally and physically neglected. My dad doesn't share this same dislike for kids. He's pretty good with kids, actually. He just worked a lot. It's my mom. Even when I would get sick as a kid, she would get frustrated instead of being kind and caring. She always chose to be frustrated when something did come up. Although I tried never bringing anything up because of that. She was never there for us, never asked us how things are going at school, at home, nothing. Now she's more tolerable and does lots for me, but I still hold that resentment. Things are only easier because I'm my own adult now, though. I've worked hard on healing on my own, and I'm proud of that, as you should be. Actually, I don't think her setting boundaries about her stuff was the problem, it just triggered me, honestly. Made me think about how horrible she was with us. So impatient and frustrated with any problem we had as kids. Even though it was her job to help us. I think she might have had some sort of unchecked autism too, because my grandma recently told me how growing up, my mom was getting help because she had something mentally. My grandma didn't exactly tell me what it was. She was very brief about it and she changed the topic, but even that little bit she told me explains a lot. Taking care of kids is stressful. It is. Taking care of children is stressful. And it's important to remember that when we think about our own parents, especially if our parents dropped the ball. You know, maybe our parents didn't fill their end of the bargain. You know, maybe they didn't provide us with the care that we needed. Maybe they just weren't in a place to emotionally handle it. You know, maybe it's not that they don't like us. Maybe it's that they don't like the stress that they're made to feel. Anyway, you led with the question, how do I get through the trauma of having an incapable mother? By understanding your mother. Even though it might not make sense, the way through these feelings is by showing empathy and compassion. Understanding why things were the way that they were is important in healing. You know, a lot of these issues might be able to be traced back to society even. You know, we don't do a lot for people who need to take care of children, especially if they have a hard time making ends meet. You know, childcare is expensive, school can be expensive, you gotta, Having one type of relationship with your parent early on in life doesn't mean that you're always going to have that type of relationship with them. You know, and I hope that you guys are able to talk about it and that you're able to understand each other better so that we can all do a little bit of healing. I feel like we as a society do the absolute bare minimum to assist and prepare people for being a parent. You know, I feel like if people were better supported and better equipped, then we wouldn't have these types of situations. I feel like most parents don't actually hate their children. I feel like they hate the stress that comes with having a child. And unfortunately, what happens is that stress often gets redirected onto the child. It's not the child's fault that they were born. It gives you an outlet for that frustration. You know, I'm too busy working. I can't go protest. I can't go, run for a government position to try to change the legislature. You know, like what sort of things can I do to improve my conditions? Find an outlet for my stress. Raising a child is a lot of work. It really does take a village, and what they've done in most Western societies is they've taken away the village from us. People used to know their neighbors. Parent-child relationship problems are very difficult to overcome and solve. Maybe figuring it out is not worth it if it's all in the past. It's not, though. The things might have happened in the past, but they're still affecting me today. How could they not? You know, if it was very difficult and it was a very impactful thing on my development, it might be affecting a person in ways that they don't fully recognize. It might be making you anxious. It might be making you stressed or depressed. It might make you bitter or resentful. It might make you isolate. It might make you fearful. There's any number of different ways that it could be affecting you today. And if you want to feel healed today, we have to go back to those old wounds. Same for being disabled. Nobody helps us ever. I think what they're doing to things like Medicaid You know, the things that they're doing to some of the most vulnerable people in our population is despicable. I feel like you can judge a society based on how it treats the most vulnerable people in that population, and we treat the most vulnerable people in our population like garbage. Like, how can we expect people to work full time, maintain a household, and still have enough time to actually, like, engage and interact with their children? Have you ever worked at a company that makes you do more with less year after year? You know, like maybe some people got laid off, maybe some people got, maybe we're doing away with certain things. And you have to do more with less, more responsibilities, more work, no increase in pay. You've probably experienced it firsthand. They're doing the same thing to parents within our society. How are you supposed to care for and nurture a child when a majority of your time has to go towards housing and feeding them? How much time in the day do you have left to be human? This system that was built for humans by humans really doesn't take humanity into consideration very often, does it? My beard is long, I know. Might go for a Viking look. Is that a ring on my finger? Ooh, you bet. Alrighty, everybody. Alrighty, everybody. Love is real. Alright, we're all caught up with the question box for now, so that means it's time for the presentation. I hope Dean's here for this. This was the one that Dean requested. Anybody seen Dean? But, even if Dean's not here, I still feel like we'll still be able to get something out of this. Cutie Cheeks, thank you for the Prime sub. All right, before we begin, if anyone would like a copy of these slides, you can type !slides in the chat and get a copy. There's also a worksheet that goes along with it if you like worksheets. There's probably like 5 people that like to do the worksheets. I do it for them. Right. This presentation's all about what to do when you're feeling overwhelmed. Have any of you felt overwhelmed lately? Have you ever felt overwhelmed to the point where your brain just kind of shuts off? You just kind of feel detached. Maybe you feel like you dissociate, you disconnect. Maybe you just lie there and scroll on your phone, or, you know, who knows? Just kind of freeze up. That's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about why that happens. We're going to talk about what you can do about it. All right? So you're in the right place. All right. So let's start by talking about why is it that our brain shuts down? These high stress, overwhelmed moments, why does our brain just kind of go, Why do we shut down? Why do we blue screen? Feeling overwhelmed is a natural response to stress. This happens especially when the demands that we face exceed our perceived capacity, our perceived capacity to handle them. So if you feel like the demands are too high and there's only this much I can do about it, we feel overwhelmed. Note that it is a perceived capacity. It's not just about what you can actually do, it's how you view your ability to do something about it. We refer to that as self-efficacy, your belief in your own ability to do things. And what you've probably noticed is that oftentimes our perceived ability to do a thing or to handle something is often lower than what it actually is. Especially when we're feeling stressed. So what ends up happening when we feel this way is our brain's response system, it activates, and it sometimes pushes us into that freeze or shutdown mode. We blue screen. We reboot. This response, freeze response, is a survival mechanism. It helps us to conserve energy and to avoid further stress. It's our brain's way of saying, okay, that's just too much right now. Let's just take a moment. Okay, we're gonna just power cycle real quick. We're gonna reboot. Don't need to overload. Okay, and we're back. In order to protect us from feeling even more stress, our brain will freeze itself as a way of trying to protect us from feeling even more overwhelmed. And when you look at it that way, it's actually kind of cool. Kind of like how when a computer overheats, it might slow down, it might freeze, it might shut off entirely in order to prevent damage from happening. And so when we understand how our brain responds to stress, we can learn to approach ourselves with compassion rather than criticism. We don't need to view this shutdown or this freeze as if there's something wrong with us. This is what our brains are supposed to do. It's trying to protect us. It's saying, all right, that's enough for now. I'm not going to get anywhere by continuing to just think these things, so let's just turn the power off real quick. Let's just reboot. Center ourselves. So that's why I get zonked out when I'm overwhelmed. Yep, that's why you do it, and that's how it's supposed to be. It's how your brain operates. So if there's one thing I really want you to take away from this, it's that when your brain does this, that's what it's supposed to do. Now maybe the fact that it does this feels disruptive, or it interferes with stuff that we're trying to get done. We want to try to change our relationship with it. We want to practice new ways of responding to stress so that we don't feel overwhelmed. We'll get there. We'll talk about that here in a bit. As a surge protector, exactly. There's all sorts of different analogies that you could make that work with this. It's like a circuit breaker. It's like a surge protector. In order to prevent a complete overload, it just shuts off the switch. All right, that's enough for now. Let's take a moment. Cool off a bit. Here are some common signs that you might be overwhelmed. Maybe we're having trouble concentrating. We're feeling forgetful. We're in a mental fog. You might see emotional swings between irritability, anxiety, numbness. You might find yourself procrastinating. Even with urgent tasks, you might avoid responsibilities entirely. You might let things pile up, which, as you and I both know, just further adds to the stress. It's really important to remember that the avoidant behaviors that we use to manage our stress very often makes our stress worse. By the way, Christina Amazon, thank you for the 60 bits. The 60 bits. Have you ever felt this way? I don't know where to start, so I do nothing. This is my life, LOL. Well, then you're in the right place. This is the presentation for you. Because this is manageable. There's stuff that we can do about this, and we're gonna get to it, don't worry. you might experience overwhelm physically. You might feel it in the form of tension. You might feel tired or fatigued. You might have headaches. It can even make you nauseous. Might even make you poop. I didn't include that one, but I just wanted to make sure to mention it. It might make you poop. Is there anybody in here who, when they feel overwhelmed, they feel like they have to poop? Can also make your breathing shallow. You might find yourself, just kind of gasping for breath. All of these things also further contribute to the stress. So you feel the stress, and then it results in the symptom of the stress, and then that feeds back into the stress, and so it creates this negative loop. Feeling overwhelmed can often make you feel detached or disconnected, like we mentioned earlier. It might make you feel like you're on autopilot. It might make you feel like you're shut down emotionally. The lights are on, but there's no one home. You might feel drained of your emotional energy. When I'm really stressed, I actually hold my breath and then take a deep breath after I realize. Take big, deep, refreshing breaths as often as you can remember to. You can practice your breathing 1,000 times a day. It's just all about being mindful and being aware. If you can take that practice seriously, you'll never be bored again. Like, all right, let me just take some breaths. All right, so these are some common signs. Let's talk more about normalizing this phenomenon. Because one thing that I want you to be aware of, because a lot of you have found this to be relatable, is just how normal this is. It's normal to have a limit. It's normal from time to time to hit that limit. This doesn't mean you're defective. This is your brain doing what it's supposed to do, or at least what it's programmed to do. We can work on changing how our brain responds to these feelings. And so to say that it's what our brain is supposed to do, not necessarily true, but rather it's what our brains are naturally wired to do. Whenever we reach that critical threshold, our brains are supposed to slow us down. Because when we act out of stress, when we act hastily, what does that do to our safety? And as I'm sure you all know, safety is a priority for your brain. One of the biggest priorities within your brain: stay alive. Continue to exist. And so when we're feeling all of this stress and it's putting us into a situation where we might be vulnerable or we might encounter potential harm, it slows us down intentionally as a way to protect us. What we want to try to do is view a shutdown as a message rather than as a malfunction. Something I really want you to absorb. This doesn't mean that there's something wrong with me. This doesn't mean that I'm broken. My brain isn't faulty. This is simply my brain trying to communicate something to me, and I need to listen to it. I need less pressure, and I need more care. Giving yourself time to take a break or stepping back is healthy. What this means is that you're paying attention to yourself. You are listening to your needs. You're listening to your nervous system. You're giving your body what it needs to regulate itself. Also, remember that when you are approaching yourself and thinking about these things, we want to lead with grace and compassion. This is normal, this is natural, this is human. What we don't want to do is approach ourselves with anger, criticism, judgment. One of the things that confuses me most about human beings is just how much we beat ourselves up for being human. Just how much we get angry with ourselves, just how much we criticize and judge ourselves for being human. So recognize that those types of feelings, while they may feel natural, they're not always helpful, they're not always productive. There's a time and a place for anger, criticism, judgment, but not when it comes to my own healing. When it comes to my healing, I need compassion, I need patience, I need understanding. Right. Let's talk about what you can do in the moment when you're feeling overwhelmed. This is the money slide right here. Here are some techniques that you can use when you're feeling overwhelmed. First off, most importantly, pause. Pause. We want to acknowledge the feeling, that feeling of being overwhelmed, without judgment. We are just acknowledging that it is happening. I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed right now. When we do that, then we can start to take steps to do something about it. But awareness and understanding is always the first step in redirection. Next, breathe. When you breathe slowly and deeply, you are resetting your nervous system. It helps you to feel safe on a physical level. And we did a whole presentation on why that works and why that happens, but I'll just go ahead and sum it up real quick why breathing is so useful. You have different components of your nervous system. You have the parts that are automatic, that are outside of your control, and you also have the parts that you can control. Not everything in your body is hooked up to all of the different parts of your nervous system. You can't turn off your spleen. Your lungs, however, are connected to every part of your nervous system. This means it happens automatically. This means that I can do it manually. And when we do it manually, in a specific way, it sends signals through those automatic parts of our nervous system that we don't normally have control over. And so we are using the manual function of our breathing in order to activate one of the automatic parts of our nervous system. More specifically, it's the parasympathetic nervous system, but you won't need to know that except for the final. So, long story short, when you breathe like a relaxed person, it sends signals to your heart and through the rest of your nervous system that you are relaxed. It helps to calm your nervous system down. This is why some people are prescribed certain types of medication for their anxiety, because they turn down the activity of your nervous system. And you can do that just by regulating your breath. Green Gauges, thank you for the sub. Thank you. You're in flight or fight mode. I can't read today. All right, when we've got our breathing under control, we can start to ground ourselves. The whole point of doing a grounding exercise is to get yourself out of your head and to start paying attention to the physical sensations of your body instead of the content of your thoughts. And so you can do the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 type sensory scan. 5 things I can see, 4 things I can hear, etc. The whole 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 is kind of just like a framework to help you remember it, but the whole point behind it is just pay attention to your senses. How does the air feel on my skin? How do my clothes feel against the surface of my body? How do I feel with my posture? What are some things around me? Is there anything that I can touch? Is there anything that I can hear? Paying attention to your senses is a great way to redirect your focus to get out of your thinking. Next up, what we want to try to do is simplify things. We want to try to find that next small step forward. A simple, non-intimidating task, and focus on only doing that one thing. Maybe it's step outside for some fresh air. Maybe it's drink a glass of water. Maybe it's pet the dog. Just something small, something simple to help you get through the moment. Lastly, If you feel like this one, write it down. People are doing fireworks already. It's the middle of the day. They're just scaring the dogs. If only someone had told me this in my 20s. Better now than never. One thing that can be helpful to bring order to things is to take our thoughts and write them down. When a thought exists solely in our brain, it's kind of like a cloud. It's kind of like it's nebulous. It might be loose. But when we take it out and we put it into paper or we put it into words, we're helping to bring order to it. We're helping to bring order to the chaos. What that says down there got cut off by the rock. I try to make checklists of any task that feels on its face overwhelming. That's good. That's good. Tasks feel overwhelming because we are looking at the entirety of the thing. You know, climbing a mountain feels overwhelming if you're just standing there at the bottom of it looking up and like, wow, that's really high up. I'm not sure how I'm going to get all the way up there. Just focus on the step in front of you. And then the next one. And then the next one. That's how you get there. It feels overwhelming when we try to take into consideration all of the work, all of the effort that's going to go into a thing. And it often makes us feel overwhelmed and like we can't do anything, and then we freeze. And so what we want to try to do is just focus on that next step. It's the most important one. I don't even want to get there anymore. What am I doing here? You're trying your best. That's what you're doing. Let's talk about rebooting our system. Let's say that we feel overwhelmed and we shut down, so what do we do? All right, well, it's time to reboot. We felt overwhelmed, we took the break. What do we need to do to reboot? The cool thing about rebooting is that there's many different ways to do it. Might be taking a nap, might be getting a good stretch, might be going for a walk, or it might be just taking some time to just exist in silence and just give yourself some space. I've been trying my best. My best is clearly not enough. I think your best is a little different than what you're doing right now because you're still finding time to insult yourself in pretty much every message you send. Let's say that you tried to be a little kinder to yourself. What's the worst that could happen? When it comes to rebooting, we want to try to find activities that help us to feel calm rather than stimulated. We're trying to help our system cool down. So we want to stay away from the stimulants. We want to stay away from excessive input. This might be taking a break from social media. This might be staying off the caffeine. Getting out of a loud environment. Who is Penny barking at? Penny, you're being stimulating right now. I need to avoid your excessive input. It's true, she's not respecting the reboot. Can't say good things about something that has no good sides to speak of? You're smart. Think harder. Try to approach your to-dos with low pressure. We want to lower the stakes a little bit. So going back to what we were talking about before, focusing on that next small step, ask yourself, what's one tiny, doable thing? Every time I try to be an egoist, my mother always cares to remind me how worthless I really am. So why is she the one we choose to listen to? Why does she get to tell you what's true? Isn't that just her opinion? Can't her opinion be wrong? Or is she the expert on you? Wouldn't you be the expert on you? We're trying to wind down, recognize that it can take time. We're trying to calm down our nervous system, so give it the space that it needs. Sometimes I do these things, but don't have the power to boot back up. You gotta give yourself the time you need. I'm gonna go see what this dog's barking about. I'll be right back. just a second. While I'm gone, though, think about one tiny doable thing that you could do to help yourself feel better. I'm back and I got a snack. All right, let's get back to it. How are we feeling right now with where we're at talking about this topic? Feeling all right? Do you like the beard long? Should I go longer? Or do I trim it back down? I'm just not sure. I just don't know. It's too fun to play with. Alright, let's talk about something important. One of my favorite words in the English language, momentum. Sometimes the hardest part of getting somewhere is getting started. So what's really important if we're trying to achieve our goals is we want to build momentum. So, start with the smallest action possible. Anything that's creating movement counts. This could be as simple as getting up out of bed, brushing your teeth, responding to a message, drinking a glass of water. It's that essential first step in getting to where we're trying to go. The faster you're moving, the more painful the crash will be. And when you're used to not moving at all, even moving slowly feels like you're moving too fast. But either way, you have to keep moving. And it helps to focus on smaller steps. These are small victories. These tiny little wins, these small little steps. These help us to rebuild trust with ourselves. That's huge. And they help you to stabilize your system. You're creating the framework. You're building the foundation. You want a healthier routine? You're building it. You want a happier life? You're planting the seeds. When we build momentum, this is what lets us carry ourselves from one win to the next. But as we said before, the hardest part of getting anywhere is getting started. So this is why we want to try to make that first step small, attainable. We want to reward the attempt, not just the outcome. Progress starts with effort. It's okay to reward yourself for trying. even if you have to get back up again, even if you have to start over again. It's not about the destination, it's about the journey. Let's talk about some long-term strategies for dealing with these feelings, shall we? If you continue to practice these strategies in responding to feelings of being overwhelmed, you can continue to grow and develop. Now, these are going to be useful things to practice in the long run. First up, really important, know your triggers. We want to know when and why we get overwhelmed. What sort of patterns emerge? Does it happen to me in the morning? Does it happen to me at lunchtime? Does it happen to me at night? Does it happen when I talk to a certain person? Does it happen in a certain place? These are things that we want to know so that we can plan, prepare. Building off of that, what we can also do is pre-decide our routines. Oftentimes what feeds into being overwhelmed is the amount of choice as far as what can I do or what should I do. If we have habits and checklists, things that we can default to when we're feeling overwhelmed, that can help us to navigate those moments. Okay, I had a bad day at work. I had a tough day. I'm feeling pretty down right now. Let's go through the routine. Let's go through my self-care plan. Let's ground ourselves. Let's breathe. Let's do some good self-care. Let's talk to somebody supportive. Atticus is over there crying out the door, and he doesn't even realize that I've got a cheeseburger over here. He should be over here whining for the cheeseburger. All right, we're going to talk about something that we haven't really talked about much before. I mean, we've talked about it, but we haven't used it in these terms. We want to talk about down-regulating. What we're talking about here is practicing stress relief regularly as a part of our routine. This can help to prevent buildup. Consider it emotional hygiene. I like the word downregulation. It actually ties back to biochemistry. It's how cells respond to external or internal changes. Simply put, it's the process of reducing or suppressing a response to a stimulus. You're going to go to your happy place. You're going to turn off your phone. You're going to put on some peaceful music. You're going to light a candle. You're going to take a bath. And you're going to give yourself some space. It's like downsizing, but good. Yeah. Yeah. And you can look at this as a way to also balance our nervous system. It's about, manually adjusting how sensitive I am to things that stimulate me. So take time to do that. Take time to downregulate. Consider it good self-care. Consider it emotional hygiene. We want to have regular times where we can relieve our stress. And we also want to have as many different things as we can as stress relief techniques. Because if we only have one stress relief technique, we have one coping skill, what happens? What ends up happening when you have only one thing that you can rely on to de-stress? Let's use video games as an example. What happens if you only have video games to calm yourself down or to relieve stress? Yep, kind of like Pork Tree said, something happens and then you're left with nothing. Or it loses its effectiveness. Only having one way to respond to stress is like only eating one food whenever you're hungry. You're gonna lose your taste for it. If you can't use that in the moment, then you have nothing. Exactly. Good point. You want skills that you can apply in any circumstance, in any situation. What's one thing that you can do to relieve your stress in nearly any situation? I'll give you a hint. We talked about it earlier. You want another hint? We talk about it pretty much every stream. Good old breathing, absolutely. Isn't passing gas just breathing for the butt? It's half of the equation. Let's take a moment to just breathe. What I would like for you to do, if you care to join us in this exercise, is to invite a breath in through your nose, nice and slow, and focus on that feeling of fullness that it gives you. So breathe in. And then take a moment to just sit with that feeling of fullness. And then when you are ready, slowly let that breath go out of your mouth in the form of a gentle sigh. Nope, I ain't breathing. You're doing it right now anyway. Oh, Dean's here. Dean, you're here. Dean, this was your topic, so you're going to want to check the VOD. Breathing in through the nose and out the mouth triggers the nervous system to calm the body down. Another reason why we do it is because it helps to redirect your focus. Because when you just breathe passively, you're kind of just like in, out, like through your mouth or through your nose. It's just kind of, you know. But when you do it manually and you intake through the nose and then breathe out through the mouth, we become more involved in that process. And it occupies more of our attention, which is good because we're trying to redirect our attention away from whatever it is that's bothering us. All right, let's talk about something important. Let's talk about budgeting your energy. We could probably do a whole presentation on this one. We could do an entire presentation on energy budgeting. Don't spread yourself too thin. Don't overbook yourself. You've only got so much time and so much energy, and you cannot pour from an empty cup. So if there are things that are going on in your day-to-day life and they're taking too much of your energy or they're leaving you with too little to address your own needs, then we need to move some things around. Okay, Atticus wants to be let out, so I'm going to let him out real quick. But while I do that, I want you to think, what is something that you could do for yourself today that shows yourself some compassion? You know, what is something that you can do today that's going to be a nice act of self-care? Something that prioritizes your own emotional energy. I want to hear it. Give me just a minute. I'll be right back. All right, what do we got? What do we got? Let's hear it. Death Stranding 2. Hell yeah, brother. Me, I'm gonna probably try to take some time to play God of War Ragnarok. I've been taking my time. I only play it like an hour or two at a time. It's like a... I don't know, my progress says I'm only about 50% through the game, so it's probably gonna be... it seems like it's a pretty long game. Would have joined earlier, but I was working. Oh yeah, I did ping you. But it's all good. It's all good. You're here now, and the VOD will be there for you. Finally going back from Spain on Friday. I'm so tired of this vacation. You need a vacation from this vacation. Alright, so we've got some good answers. I want to hear another one. What can you do today to practice some good self-care? Even if it's just getting yourself a little snack, taking some time to read a book, going on a little walk, calling a friend, getting around to watching a show that you've been meaning to watch. Currently laying in bed. Is that self-care? You know, I'm a bit of a min-maxer, so in those moments where I do feel like I want to lay in bed, I also try to stretch while I'm doing it. You know, if I'm gonna be laying here, I might as well be stretching too, am I right? It's like, yeah, do a little bit of... just a little bit of min-maxing. Trying my guided meditation. I need to make more of them, but what I want is a better microphone. If I had a better microphone, I'd probably make more. This one's not so bad, but you know, I'm also a perfectionist at times. It happens. All right. One more thing. Embrace support. It is not a weakness to ask for help. Everybody needs somebody to lean on. So lean on me when you're not strong. Someday I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Asking for help is not a weakness, it's a necessary strategy. We wouldn't have made it as far as we have if not for each other. One more verse and you're demonetized. It's true, I need to be careful. Bill Withers' estate will be coming for me. Alright, so these are some good long-term strategies. These are things that you can practice for the rest of your life. And the better you get at them, the more they will be able to serve you. So I would encourage you to try to work some of these things into your routine. Right? Any questions before we move on? Emotional hygiene is a great phrase. Sounds like a good presentation idea. I could throw that one together in no time. I should bother someone else and make their life worse with my problems? What if they want to help you? If they want to help you, then keeping it to yourself is actually selfish. Nobody wants to help me except some people online? Then that isn't nobody. That's not what nobody means. You can't say nobody except people. You know, that means that somebody wants to help. Right now, you're trying to rewire your brain to not think so negatively, because that's what I see it doing. Anytime we say something, anytime we talk about something, it always just goes to the worst case scenario, the worst possible option. We're trying to rewire that. It's entirely possible. How do I know you aren't an AI-generated person? If you can't tell the difference, does it actually matter? Speaking of, here's when it might be a good idea to ask for help. Here are some signs that it might be a good time to seek some support. If your shutdown mode becomes your default setting, if you find yourself getting stuck in this shutdown mode, if it feels too difficult to do anything, if you find yourself feeling emotionally stuck or unable to bounce back, if your basic daily functions, eating food, cleaning up after yourself, doing your work, if these things become unmanageable, it starts to really interfere with your life. If you find these persistent thoughts of despair or worthlessness, there are lifelines available in the form of crisis lines, peer support, therapy. Reach out when you need it. Not only do you not have to do this all on your own, but you're not supposed to do this alone. Help is available, and you do deserve it. Despair and worthlessness isn't some thoughts, it's just my whole personality at this point. Ah ha ha ha. Is that what you want it to be? Why do I deserve help? Because everybody deserves help. Next question. I hate to break it to you, but each other's all we've got. So we're gonna have to make this work. If you believe that happiness exists and that people aren't just faking it, then you can attain it. I don't think everyone deserves help. Why? If everyone got the help that they needed, wouldn't the world be a better place? Newton's been out there making squirrel friends. We've been letting him free roam. We've been leaving his cage open so he's been able to go out and explore more.
And this was the first day we just
He was
kind of
out.
lost sight of him. You know, whenever we've been letting him free roam, like,
Yeah.
oh, that's where he is.
He doesn't normally go too far, but today he went.
He was missing for 5 hours.
He went out and
Had me scared
climbed
to
a big old
death.
maple tree. He was out there meeting some new squirrel friends. Someone who can't be helped doesn't deserve help because that's just that person troubling others for no reason. Can I ask you a question? Should I just quit what I'm doing? Is what I'm doing pointless? Should I just not be here? Should I just, there are people out there who don't want to be helped, so maybe I should just not help anybody. Should I just quit? You are helping people who can be helped. Do you want to be helped? No, I don't want to be helped. Then I think you found out what you need to work on. Why you're exempt from something that every single human needs. Why are you so different than everyone else that you don't deserve help? It's essential to our survival, but for some reason we exclude ourselves from that. Maybe that's what we should work on changing within ourselves. I need help, I just don't want it because I don't deserve it. And that's for you to believe. You might believe that you don't deserve it. I believe that you do deserve it, so I guess we're just gonna have to agree to disagree. But don't worry, I'm not gonna give up on you. Humans are savage monsters that will survive at any cost and will commit ruthless atrocities against each other. True. And what else do they do? Whenever I'm reminded of just how terrible people can be, it makes me want to be an even better person. If you're just going to fall to despair because terrible people exist, then congratulations, you've allowed them to win. You've allowed them to define what it means to be human. But you could set your own definition for what it means to be human. In my definition, humans are meant to be compassionate and kind. We do our best work when we look out for each other and when we help those that are struggling. Let's wrap it up. Let's wrap it up. Feeling overwhelmed, as a reminder, this isn't a flaw. This doesn't mean that there's something wrong with you because you feel overwhelmed or you shut down. This is a biological survival mechanism. It's your brain asking you for a break. It's your brain sometimes making you take a break in order to protect itself from overheating. Not literally, but metaphorically overheating. Like when your computer blue screens. View a shutdown as a signal to slow down. It's not a judgment of your worth. This is your brain trying to send you a message. What message is it trying to send you? I need less pressure. I need more care. Give yourself permission to rest, to reboot, and to begin again slowly. Now, why do we say it that way? Why do we say it as give yourself permission? Why would that be something that we would... Sometimes we might feel as if we don't have the time, or that we don't deserve it, or that we need to keep pushing, we need to keep going. You are the one that gives yourself permission to do anything that you do. And if we feel undeserving or unable to rest, it's important that we take the time to give ourselves that permission, to take the time that we need to get back up. We don't feel like we're allowed to take breaks. As a society, it's looked down upon. We get called lazy. It's true. I'm thinking about that article we read earlier where it was talking about the World Health Organization, and they quoted that mental health costs $1 trillion worth of productivity. And I'm like, that's the way you look at it? You look at it as far as, how much work could these people be doing if they weren't suffering? What's important to remember is that taking regular breaks actually helps you to be more productive. You do better work. You're more attentive. You're more in tune than if you were to just force yourself to persist. That's when you get sloppy. Have you ever worked a really long day doing something physical? You get exhausted. You start cutting corners. You start making mistakes. It's all about momentum. Start with one small thing and then do another. That thing can be as small as you need it to be. It could be getting up out of bed as the thing. Even if that's too big, then just start with opening your eyes. Start by sitting up. Make those steps as small as you need to be. This will help you to recalibrate. This is how you start to build momentum, is by moving. Edimbo! Edimbo, thank you for the 7 months. And the kind words, thank you. It's all about compassion, not criticism. This is what gets you through. Don't forget, you've got this. This is you we're talking about. You can do all sorts of crazy stuff. You can do some really badass shit. So don't give up on yourself just because it gets rough or just because you feel like I need to take a break. That's normal. That's human. Show yourself some compassion. The thing about criticism is that it gives the false impression of being useful. Whenever we're self-critical, we get this false impression that this is helping me. This is encouraging me to do better or do more. But more often than not, what it does is it limits us. It defines our boundaries as far as what we're capable of, or who we are. We access our full potential by showing ourselves compassion, patience, understanding. That's how you get through. How do we deal with outside folks who criticize our breaks, who are not able to fully understand why/how breaks are healthy for us to be more productive? Well, option one, you can let me talk to them. I'll explain it for them. We can sit down and go over the Pomodoro technique, and we can... If there are people who take time to criticize your breaks, that's how they take a break, is by taking time to stop and be critical. They're also taking a break, they just don't realize it. They're just taking time to be shitty. Let me just take some time to be a bit of a stinker. Or just invite them to sit down and talk about it. Like, oh, you have a problem with me taking breaks? You want to have a seat and we can talk about it? It's important to remember that they're just projecting onto you. They feel like they need to be productive in order to have meaning, and when they see somebody who's not actively being productive, they're just, they're worried that somewhere deep down that they're lazy, and so they're just projecting those insecurities onto you. I've done judo for so long, being too critical usually means you're less likely to stay with it for a long time. I try as much as possible to tell people their brains and bodies are not wired to do judo. You're rebuilding muscle memory from the ground up. It's true. When you go through judo, you're basically just getting your ass handed to you for like years at a time. You know, if I ever have enough money to go do some martial arts, I might do judo. I don't know. I like judo because it's all about throwing people around. It's all about redirecting energy. I've sometimes referred to therapy as emotional judo. I'm redirecting a person's emotional energy, channeling it into a different path. You know, compassion, not criticism. I tried karate, I was so bad. I did karate and then my parents got divorced and then I didn't get to go to karate anymore, so it is what it is. Judo. Judo is a great martial art to learn, especially if you don't want to rely on like sheer brute strength to end a conflict. Because what happens in judo is it's all about using your opponent's energy against them. You are redirecting their energy and you are introducing them to the ground. Like, you don't have to be big and strong to, like, throw somebody over your hips. I did Taekwondo. I'm glad I did it, but I really wouldn't want to fight most people. I feel like, and you probably agree, the whole point of learning a martial art is so that you never have to use it. You don't learn a martial art so you can just fight people. It's the art of self-defense. See, you know your judo well. All right, so this has been the presentation on what to do when you're feeling overwhelmed. Hope you have enjoyed. If you like the presentation, you can get a copy of the slides by typing !slides in the chat. That only works in the Twitch chat, by the way, so if you're watching on YouTube, which we do have a couple people watching on YouTube. Hi, YouTube! !slides in the Twitch chat. You can get a link to those slides, and then because I know that so many of you just love worksheets, some of you do. Some of you like the worksheets, and so I do little companion worksheets. I'm going to post both of these links in the Discord as well. So if you check out the Discord, there's the Show Talk channel. We'll have both the slides and the worksheet there for you if you're interested. And And that, my friends, is what to do when you're feeling overwhelmed. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns? I wonder if the YouTube people like me. Oh, I'm sure they love you. How could they not? Do we do anything with these worksheets aside from the obvious? These are, here, let me show you the worksheet real quick. It's just a self-guided worksheet. You just do it for the sake of doing it. You know, it's just a way to take an emotional inventory. It's just kind of like a exercise. I will also give you extra credit points that you can apply to your final grade. So if you do the worksheet, you'll get extra credit points that go towards your final. I feel like if you like the concepts that we talked about in the presentations, the companion worksheets are a great way to kind of like reinforce that knowledge and to help, you know, just tie it to what you might be going through personally. So, for example, on this one, and I'll zoom in a little bit so you can see it a bit better. You know, we just start off by listing, you know, what are 3 things currently weighing on your mind? And then of those things that are weighing on you, are any of them things that you haven't fully addressed? You know, are we dealing with any unresolved conflicts? Are we dealing with constant notifications? Are there things that are worrying us? And then we want to try to name that thing. What is that thing? Because we name it to tame it. I really just want to take a moment to emphasize the importance of that technique. Name it to tame it. We often avoid specifically naming things that we might be dealing with, identifying our problems, because that might make them feel more real. You know, if I actually identify it, if I name it, if I acknowledge it, that makes it feel more real. And so we often try to avoid thinking about those things. But part of how we actually have control over those things is by naming them, identifying them. It helps to make it less loose, and it gives us something that we can actually work with. A little bit of a check-in here, you know, what sorts of signs or feelings are you currently feeling? What sort of things help you to reset? A little bit of a grounding practice. Identify some small wins that we can do today. Some ideas for some possible updates to help our brain run more smoothly. And a little bit of reflection. What would it look like to be kind to myself today? I remembered to pay my rent. I think that rent should cost no more than like $400. I feel like some of these places charging like hundreds and thousands of dollars for rent is just absurd. And then what do they do with that money? They don't use it to make the place nicer. No, nothing like that. They don't do anything to actually make the place nicer. what they normally just end up doing is selling the land to developers so that they can just make more expensive condos, so that then nobody can afford to live there. My $300 rent is the one thing I have going for me. Don't you just love a little bit of Northern European socialism? Like, I would just love it if we had a little bit of that here. But no, apparently that's no good, that's evil, that's communism. We can't have anything like that. We can't live in a sustainable world. We can't live in a world that's affordable. No. We need the world to be really expensive so that it gives us something to work towards. One bedrooms are 2K here too. Damn. So, just a question for you. I like this reflection question, so I just want to ask it to all of you. What would it look like to be kind to yourself today? You can answer in chat if you'd like, or you can just take some time to think about it. This is an important question to ask yourself, especially if you get caught up in these routines of being really hard on yourself. We need to start exploring other options. If I were to be kind to myself, what would that look like? What sort of things might I be doing? How might it make me feel? What sort of things might it encourage me to think? I don't know, I just hear work harder. That's just your capitalist brain implant, and we're just gonna drown that out real quick. Hold on, I know just the thing. I'm gonna disable your capitalist brain chip by producing a specific sound, okay? I'm gonna make a certain tone, and it's gonna deactivate the capitalist brain chip that's convincing you that life is just a slog and you just need to work harder. You ready? It might tingle a little bit. Are you ready? Just take a quick breath. You ready? Did you feel it? Did you feel it? You might have felt a slight tingling in your cerebrum. That was me deactivating the capitalist brain chip that they implanted. That's some throat singing I hear. Oh yeah, that's me. See if that helped. If it didn't, I just need to do it again. Sometimes it takes a couple times. Still feeling a bit capitalist, but you got rid of all the gnomes? Oh no, you want the gnomes. They're mischievous. They're mischievous, but they have your best interest at heart. Oh, one more thing. One more thing while we're at it. While we're at it. This one last question. What's one message I need to hear right now? This is a powerful question to ask yourself. Why do you think that is? Identify what that message is, and then deliver that message to yourself. How does that make you feel? What you might notice is that you might not fully feel able to accept the message when it comes from yourself. Now that's okay. What we are working towards is being more accepting of that message when it comes from us. This is a really important practice because it teaches you how to be more supportive of yourself. It helps you to identify and prioritize your needs and to act based on your values. There's a guided meditation technique that utilizes this practice. I've heard it referred to as the compassionate stranger. Sometimes it can be difficult to accept these types of thoughts and messages when they feel like they're coming from us. And so what we do is we envision a compassionate stranger, and they tell us exactly what it is that we need to hear. And because it feels as if it is coming from somewhere else, it's more meaningful. But it's important to recognize that it can still feel meaningful because it came from you. If you are envisioning a stranger saying it to you, it's still you saying it to you. You've just added an extra layer to it. And so the most important person to hear these messages from is yourself. I don't want to go say hi to Newton. So, we've been reacclimating Newton to the outside. You know, we rehabbed him and we've been allowing him to go out and adventure on his own. And normally he doesn't go too far, but today we let him venture and he went a little bit farther. He went off and he found a new tree to climb. I'm assuming he met some squirrel friends. That's kind of what he's been into lately. He wants to go out and meet new squirrels. He wants to go start a family. Oh, he's such a funny little guy. He's such a funny little guy, and, you know, rehabbing and taking care of him has been, you know, such a insightful experience. Do you think they bully him? So here's the thing. He's a big boy because he's got a full healthy diet. You know, he gets fresh vegetables, he gets the nutritionally complete, like, rodent food, he gets fresh fruit. You know, he has all of his nutrition taken care of, and so he's a bit bigger than some of the other squirrels I've seen running the neighborhood. And from what I've been able to observe in his interaction with other squirrels is that they're a little bit taken aback by his mass. They see him and they respect him for, like, wow, this guy eats. You got to think, this is the natural world. This is how they look at things. This is like how medieval peasants looked at rich people. They're like, wow, they're fat. They must, you know, they're successful. They're like, this boy eats. Absolute unit. Well, let me show you. Just look at this absolute unit. This is him climbing the mulberry tree. As you can see, there's all these berries. He climbed up this tree and just, like, pigged out on mulberries. As you can see, he started to stain his lips purple here. But I need to show you this picture because it's so funny. Look. Just plopped. It's purple. He stayed up there for like 2 hours, just napping, just gorged on berries. No, he's an absolute unit. Just look at him. He's built like a jaguar. He's a big boy now. No, we've been leaving his little enclosure open so he's able to freely go outside, and he goes out and does his thing, and goes and does squirrel stuff for a few hours, and then he will come back and take a nap. It's like, okay, we're just doing what we can to acclimate him to squirrel life. He has no idea how to fight, but he's huge. You know, one thing that he likes to do is he likes to wrestle. We like to play wrestle. He likes to give little play bites. He likes to tussle. It's so funny. All right. Oh, hello. Beaver, do you like my shirt? It's got a beaver on it. You get it? Do you get it, Beaver? It says, I think I get it. Beaver? Hey, mister. Big orange boy. All right, everybody, we've got some questions in the box, so let's check these out. Love and congratulations. Thank you, Jaina. It's nice to see you. Thank you, my friend. Let's check out these questions. This one was a link to a Twitter post. Beaver, off the keyboard, bud. Off the keyboard, bud. Off the keyboard, mister. Don't give me that look. Cat thinks he runs the show, and he does. What do you think of my shirt, Beaver? It's got a beaver on it. Get it? Because that's your name, Beaver. Get it? This was a Twitter post. I tried to go to this earlier. I saw that it was in the question box already, but it kept giving me a failure to load. And so, yeah, it kept giving me this. It kept giving me this whenever I would try to go to it. So let's... Ah! Beaver, stop. Okay, so, okay. That's why I didn't go to it earlier, because I thought the link was broken. I tried to refresh it. Oh my god, he muted me. He muted me. He knocked my microphone over and muted me. Oh my god, and now he's... What are you doing? Beaver, you're out of control. You're a menace. Oh my god, the plop. Holy god. Quit streaming. He said, play with me. Quit streaming. Come on, man. He does not want me to be streaming right now. He just... He just wants some attention. Also, he probably wants dinner. All right, Beaver, don't worry. We'll be done soon. All right, let's check out this post since I was able to get it to load. Stanford paid 35,000 people to quit social media. This was the largest study on emotional health in history. The results were so shocking. Oh my God, Beaver! Can you not? Can you just... Buddy? No. You're gonna have to go. He opened an incognito tab. He opened up the help window. Oh my God. Okay. Okay. Chaos. The results to this study were so shocking, scientists called it comparable to therapy. Here's what happens when you break free from the algorithm. The effect of deactivating Facebook and Instagram on users' emotional state. So, just to show you this here, we have the treatment effects. And what this means is that in quitting Facebook, you saw a positive shift for the emotional state index, the happiness levels. You saw an improvement, because these are actually negative here. You saw a improvement in the depression and the anxiety across the board for both Facebook and Instagram. What you're seeing here is that deactivating Facebook and Instagram gave a positive benefit for pretty much everybody. There were some people where it, was more neutral or slightly negative. I'm like, this part though, the results were so shocking. Who is shocked by this? Is anybody shocked? Does anybody see this and they're like, oh, what? Well, no, because you're a brain domainer and we know what we're doing. We already knew. Social media was not designed with your mental health in mind. They were paid. I wish you could pay me to quit Facebook. Holy shit. Over 35,000 people took part. They were paid to deactivate either Instagram or Facebook for 6 weeks. It was done right before the 2020 presidential election, and the results were undeniable. Participants didn't just feel better, they were measurably happier, less anxious, less depressed. Facebook users saw a 6% improvement in their emotional well-being. Instagram users saw a 4% improvement. And that's just the average. For some people it was more, for some it was less. The research found that quitting Facebook was 15% as effective as therapy. Quitting Instagram was 22% as effective. We do know, based on research, that Instagram is actually the worst platform of social media as far as your self-image goes. People who quit either of these eliminated over half of their election-related stress. The twist here is that these people didn't stop using their phones, they just switched to other apps. Instagram users shifted almost all their time to other apps. Facebook users only spent 9 minutes less on their phones per day. So it's not like they were even just not on their phone. They were just doing other stuff. They weren't on these apps that are designed for endless scrolling, addictive feedback loops, constant comparison. And by getting rid of those, it cuts off a huge source of emotional friction. As psychologist Angela Duckworth put it, our cell phones are adult pacifiers. But her real point is deeper. Don't rely on willpower, change your environment instead. She calls it situation modification. If you don't like the situation that you're in, change it. She then explained the brain drain effect. Just having your phone near you, face down and silent, can lower your IQ test score. Why? Because part of your brain is still resisting it. So what's the solution? You need to be more intentional with your time. And then they try to get you to get this app. Ooh. Oh. I was wondering when they were going to try to sell me something. Now, this could be helpful if you do have a hard time getting off your phone, but, you know, it's just... there are apps out there that can help you to limit your screen time, and it gives you this recommendation for this one. This is what I prefer to do. I prefer to schedule that time. You know, if I'm gonna get on my phone and just scroll, it's like, okay, I'm gonna do it for certain times of the day. I've found that that's good enough for me. Like, you don't have to stay dialed in all the time. You know, just set the time, and then when it's done, just go on about your day. It'll be there waiting for you later. Find something to replace your doom scrolling with. Go for a walk, pick up a book, play with your dog. Me personally, I like to channel it into something productive. Like, what around the house needs to be done? Are the dishes caught up? Is there laundry to do? You know, do I need to check the cat boxes? I want to play with the dog. Do a weekly detox? I feel like it is really nice to get away. Just to remove the, you know, just to remove the temptation entirely. Just going outside of cell range. Kinda ironic that you're posting this on social media. Can I just say that I can't stand people like this? They're like, let me just say something that's unhelpful just to feel like I have the intellectual superiority here in this situation. Like, where would you rather I post it? Should I print it out and just go down the street and hand it to people? Like, I can't stand people like this. These people... Aha! I am so smart. It's like when you criticize the system that you live in, but people are like, aha, but yet you participate in it. It's like, what the fuck else am I supposed to do? Social media users are the one who need to hear it most. Exactly. It's like this is the best place to post it because you're hitting your target audience. Maybe it's a bot. Whenever I go on Twitter, I just assume that most people are bots these days. Because if I were to assume that all of these stupid things were written by people, it would just give me too... it would just lower my view of humanity in general. Alright, we got a couple more questions in the box, so let's get to it. Alright. As my relationship with my boyfriend progresses, I've noticed that my expectations are starting to grow. That's fine. I think that's totally fine. The more you get to know somebody, the closer you get to somebody, the more you can realistically form expectations. You can see their potential. You know, you know. You know, the more you know somebody, the more trust you can put into somebody, the more you're gonna, you know, carry expectations. I don't think that's unusual. Today is Canada Day. Oh, happy Canada Day. Happy Canada Day, Canadians. Do we have any Canadians in here? Happy Canada Day. Today is Canada Day, and since we're both off, I was kind of hoping we'd spend some time together. Usually I don't even have to ask. He's the one who takes the lead on making plans, so I was a bit surprised not to hear from him about today. That said, I think it might be because we've been spending a lot of time together lately, and he hasn't had much of a chance to work on his cars. He's been getting them ready for a track day he planned for us this weekend, so I'm hoping that's the reason he's laying low today. That sounds like a perfectly reasonable explanation for why he would be doing what he needs to do. You're getting ready to take the cars to the track, he's taking the day off to work on them. It makes sense. Sounds logical to me. At least I wouldn't assume that it has anything more insidious than that. You know what I mean? You know, if there's a simple, straightforward explanation, that's probably the explanation. What's confusing, though, is that I've already given myself what feels like a valid reason for why I didn't hear from him about today, but for some reason I still don't feel satisfied with that answer. It's like the logic makes sense, but emotionally it doesn't quite land, and it's been putting me in a bit of a bad mood overall. Am I overreacting? Well, no. What you are doing is you're growing. You're becoming more emotionally aware. And you're also aware of these conflicting feelings. Part of me is satisfied, part of me is dissatisfied. It's good to recognize that. That's a good sign of emotional growth. And so, explore those beliefs. Why would I be feeling this way? Like, well, maybe it's because I had expectations. Maybe I was hoping that something, you know, maybe we would do something. I had this idea of how the day could have gone, but that ended up not happening. And so, on some level, my expectations were not met. You know, even though we didn't talk about it, even though we didn't plan anything, you know, there was still some part of me that was hoping that, you know, we'd get to spend the day doing something together. What about later today? What about tonight? You know, you can still take time to spend together. You know, you can still make today meaningful, even if it's just for a few moments. Also, it's possible that you're stressed out about something else and this is just the outlet for it, so let's not discredit that as well. Oftentimes we channel stress into areas of our life that feel more manageable, so it could be that. You know, maybe something else is bothering you. But either way, I would just try to do what you can to make today the best day that it can be. Look forward to that time that you're planning to spend together this weekend. And take time to enjoy your day off. You know, even if you don't get to hang out with him, even if you don't get to do stuff, you're off today. So might as well spend it doing something fun. I'm almost done. I'm almost caught up with these questions. Hi. I recently developed significant back pain. It's at the point where ibuprofen, aspirin, and acetaminophen isn't enough. It's difficult sleeping more than a couple hours at a time, concentrating at work and finding motivation to do chores. THC and CBD edibles work very well, but I'm too sensitive to it, which makes it a non-option for work. What are some mental exercises to help manage pain? Some of you can probably already guess what I'm going to say. Did you know that meditation can help you to learn how to manage pain? They've done studies on this. They've done several studies. The one that always comes to mind when I think of the study that they did was they taught burn patients how to meditate as a way of reducing their pain. And what they found was that the people who learned how to meditate were better at managing their pain than people who just, didn't learn how to do anything, just the placebo. In the simplest terms, meditation is focusing your awareness on the present moment. And so meditation can't take the pain away, but it can help us to learn how to tolerate it. It can help us to learn how to release endorphins. And so I would definitely recommend meditation. And this isn't just me talking. This is scientifically backed. Meditation has been used as a way to learn how to manage pain for a long time. It even shows up on a brain scan, let me try to find a good one. What it does is you are changing the way that your brain responds to pain. Because pain is just a signal that your body is sending to your brain, and meditation can teach you how to process it differently. This was from an NPR article, 2011. You don't have to be a lifelong monk to do it. This is something that you can learn. In a test that they did 4 20-minute training sessions. So, you can notice a decrease in your pain response relatively quickly. Also, something that I've found to be really helpful with back pain, especially because I'm a tall guy, and when you're tall, you know, you can expect there to be some back pain, some knee pain. What I've found to be helpful is doing hip opener exercises, taking time to do some stretches, you know, laying out flat on the yoga mat, or getting one of those foam rollers. I found that to be really helpful. You gotta get a foam roller. I like one like this. They have different types, but I like the big foamy one. Really depends on if your issues are muscular, skeletal, or both. True. The thing about stretching and yoga and strengthening those parts of the body is that it can help, you know, if it's muscular or like, because you can adjust your posture, you can strengthen certain parts of your body, you can, you know, it's kind of like physical therapy. You believe that trauma is stored in the hips? Trauma is stored all over the body. So yes, I do. Trauma can be stored in your shoulders, in your hands, in your eyebrows, in your face, in your stomach, in your legs. Trauma, body keeps the score. I've done hip opening yoga before and it brings up uncomfortable feelings sometimes. Yeah, isn't that interesting? It can be kind of vulnerable because, you know, these are deep-seated, powerful muscles. You know, it's a part of me that might be used to feeling painful. Like maybe my lower back isn't used to feeling good, and so the only association I have with activating it is pain. And so I guess what I would say is do all of the above. You know, do a little bit of everything. Do the meditation, do the stretching. Also just consistent, like low impact movement. You know, nothing crazy. You're just... Remember, pain exists in the mind. It is how your brain interprets nerve signals that are being sent through your body, and you can change the way that your brain responds to those signals. I didn't have it on the right thing. I was looking at a foam roller. I have one like this. I really like it. You know what you can also try? I've got one of these too. I have an inversion table at home. Sometimes it just feels nice to hang upside down. You know, gravity's always pushing you this way. Sometimes it's nice to just go the other way and decompress a little bit. I've had no back pain since I started doing mobility work every single day in the last 7 months or so. Nice. I'm happy to hear it. I have less back pain than I have less back pain now than I did, you know, 10 years ago. And it's because I actually work it. You know, I actually take time to stretch and do those types of strengthening exercises. You know, just because you feel pain in it now doesn't mean that you always will feel pain in it. You can change your body's relationship with pain. You can strengthen those parts of your body. There was a question in chat that I want to go back up to real quick that we kind of got lost. Hi, I have a question. Lately I've been having a lot of stress. I even lost some weight because of it. I know breathing is the key, but I find it a hard habit, and I don't do it often. To be fair, I get nervous and block completely. Can you teach me how? The key to learning how to breathe in a calming way is to just try to be as gentle as you can. Don't force it. Invite the air in. Take a moment to pause and feel that fullness, whether it's in your chest or in your belly, wherever you feel it most. Just take a moment and allow yourself to feel it. And then gently let it go. And then do it again. And then do it again. That's all you gotta do. You just gotta keep doing that. You will get better at it. Strengthening is so important for pain relief. Oh yeah, absolutely. One of the things that people will do to really like mess themselves up is they will have pain and then they will just not work it. They will not do any strengthening. They will not do any stretches. They just try to avoid the pain, and that just ends up making it worse. You know, sometimes the way out is through. You know, if I'm feeling pain in a certain part of my body, I just need to strengthen that part of my body. Thank you for answering. I submitted via the link. Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. You put it in the box too. Yeah, no, I saw it in chat and I just wanted to get to it before we got too far away from it. In learning how to strengthen my lower back and my hips, I can now like pop those joints because I've strengthened those core muscles. I can do this multiple times, right? No problem, like a headache or something. No, all you gotta do is just breathe. All you gotta do is just breathe, and you can take your time doing it. The thing about breathing is that your brain can go like 3 minutes without breathing before it actually starts to, you know, see some sort of ill effect from the lack of oxygen. So sometimes breathing slowly might not feel like I'm breathing fast enough, but in reality, if you're breathing slowly, you're getting plenty of air. But sometimes what anxiety will do is it'll make you feel like, I gotta breathe fast. I'm running out of air. I gotta breathe. But you don't. You can slow it down. My hip pain comes from nerve pain, so the weaker it gets, the more compressed my nerves become because that muscle is actually cushioning. Exactly. I've talked to people about this when they have like sciatic nerve pain. I used to get sciatic nerve pain like in my thighs, and so what I started doing was I started doing hip openers, and it made it completely go away. You just built up that cushioning you need. Just added on, packed on a little cake. You know, if you're learning how to, you know, do some breath work, YouTube is also a great resource. Let's check it out real quick. Let's look up a guided breathing exercise. You know, there are some short little videos, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. You know, and you can just kind of follow along with them. You can also do box breathing. That chime going. Breathe in when the ball goes up, hold when it stays flat, breathe out when it goes down. All right, so hold. Breathe in. Hold. Let it go. Part of the art of learning how to do breath work is the slow exhale. What a lot of people will do when they're just learning how to practice their breathing is they just let all the air out at once. Just go, like they're trying to blow out a candle. But you want to try to just go gently and slowly in both directions. This will send signals throughout your nervous system that I am calm, I am safe, I am peaceful. It'll help to lower your anxiety. It'll release endorphins, and it'll have you feeling good. I like the 4, 7, 8 ones. Yeah, there's different, like this is just one example of using 4 counts. You can do slower exhales. You can do like a 4-second inhale, a 7-second hold, and an 8-second exhale. Those types of breathwork exercises are like about, the importance of letting go. It's like so you focus on the long exhale. I've been learning about this and it's fun to work on. The thing about breathing is that it seems so simple and it seems so obvious because everyone breathes all day, every day, and you would think that like just practicing breathing isn't going to do much for me. But it really is very effective. It really is very helpful. Also, putting on some peaceful music in the background while you do it helps. When you're trying to feel peaceful, consider all of your senses. The sights, the sounds, the smells, the physical, the touch. Am I wearing comfy clothes? How's the lighting in the room? Is the lighting relaxing? What does the room smell like? Does it smell nice? Is it a good temperature? Just take all of your senses into consideration and treat all of those senses in a way that helps them to relax. I learned a long time ago that a lot of people have a hard time relaxing because it can be difficult. It's something a lot of people struggle with. It's part of what propelled me to learn how to get better at it, to be a relaxation expert. Did you happen to speak to the idea of where you breathe into? If not, no biggie. I'd just like to hear if you did. Whenever I talk to people who are beginners in practicing breath work, I like to just teach them to focus on wherever they feel it the most. Because for some people, belly breathing might feel uncomfortable. They might feel a little bit stressed by activating their diaphragm to that degree. And so I like to just try to meet them where they're at. I'm like, if you're taking a big full belly breath and you're really activating your diaphragm, that's awesome. But if you're just, if you're just trying your best and you feel it more in your chest, like, that's okay. I can work with that. We'll work up to the big deep belly breaths. Whenever I pay attention to my muscles, they're tense. I have to remind myself to relax them. You've brought up a really good point. That is how you get your muscles to relax, is by paying attention to the tension. The only thing that you have to do to relax a part of your body is to activate that part of your body. I'll give you an example. Let's activate our hand. Just go ahead and tighten your hand. Just tense up your hand. I'm not curling it into a fist. I'm just trying to put as much of me into my hand as I can. As you can see, it's starting to... I'm just putting as much of my awareness and my tension. All of the muscles in my hand are tense. And then in order to relax my hand, the only thing that I need to do is let it go. You can do that in pretty much any part of your body. Just tense and then release. It's the paradox of relaxation. You can relax by tensing. Just tense it and then release it. It's the fundamental premise of progressive muscle relaxation, which is a great relaxation technique, especially if you have a hard time falling asleep. Doing it with your face rules. Oh yeah, you can do it with your face even. You can do it with just about any part of your body. How do you think transference affects this channel? That's a good question. That's a good question. Transference, for those who are unfamiliar with the term, this is when it's a term related to therapy, and this is whenever a client will project feelings or thoughts onto their therapist. You know, maybe they're mad at somebody else and they redirect it to the therapist that they're working with. And so that feeling gets transferred from its source onto the safe outlet. As far as how it affects this channel, if I'm being honest, probably about as much as it would affect any other channel. You know, except unlike other channels, we try to be more mindful and aware of those types of feelings, I guess. You're gonna see these types of you're probably more familiar with the term parasocial. And you see that a lot in online communities. People having parasocial type feelings with, you know, a content creator or whatever. And so it's kind of similar. But I feel like one thing that we do have going for us is we are one of the only channels that will actually teach you about what those things are. You don't see very many channels or content spaces where they actively teach people about these types of things. It's definitely happened in here before, but I don't take... Yeah, it happened. Like, somebody might be mad at somebody else, and then they come in here and they're mad at me. Like, I didn't do anything. I didn't even talk to you. It just kind of... You know, sometimes when you have a strong emotion, you find somewhere safe to take it out. And that's why we do things like transference. You know, maybe I can't yell at my parents, maybe I can't yell at my boss, maybe I can't, you know, take out the anger on whoever actually caused the anger, but I can find somebody who's willing to sit there and listen, you know? So, if anything, we might get a slightly above average amount just because of the nature of the space that we've created, but I feel like we also do a lot to talk about it, and, you know, yeah. Yeah. It can be romantic too, right? No, pork tree, I will not kiss you. Hi, I am the Army Guy. Hey, Army Guy, how's it going? In case you remember me. Oh yeah, of course. With the toxic friends I tried to get away from, just wanted to share an update on that story. We love updates. I did distance myself from my army friend and his toxic two friends, diplomatically and respectfully, yet they still have some interest in me almost obsessively. OPV, thank you for that gifted sub to TPT. The latest example is that one of the best friends of these aforementioned toxic people randomly followed me on Instagram. Like, what kind of interest would he have for me? Why won't they leave me alone? Let's look at that specific example. So you say this is the latest example, so there's probably more to it that we didn't get into. As far as this example, it's like, you know, if somebody random follows me on Instagram, it's not really much you can do about it. Like, I could block them, but is that necessary? As long as they're not actively like sending harassment my way, you know? Why won't they leave me alone? Well, sometimes when you put some distance between you and somebody else, they take it personally. You know, sometimes people are just nosy. Sometimes people just want to know what's going on with other people. You know, maybe they feel a little bit sensitive because they essentially got rejected. You know? But I feel like this is a reminder that you've done the right thing. I don't know. Like, if he has some sort of interest for you, I think there's not really much harm in just assuming that there's... Sorry, Atticus is getting fed out in the kitchen, and he's being very vocal about it. That dog... I feel like it's safe to assume that they feel like they're missing out. Maybe they don't realize it, but, you know, for some reason they're just, you know, probably left scratching their heads. What was that all about? You know, you're not dealing with the most emotionally aware people. You're not dealing with the most emotionally aware people. So, I don't know. If you feel like I need to put more of a boundary in place, then put more of a boundary in place. You know, if you don't want these people viewing your posts, if you don't want these people trying to reach out to you or talk to you, it's like, do what you gotta do, you know? You know, block who you need to block. Protect your peace. You know, there is the possibility that this was just done harmlessly. We don't have to assume ill intent unless, you know, they give us some other indicator as to otherwise. You know, unless they're like sending us weird messages or like backhanded comments or that sort of thing. It's like, it's hard to tell what a person's intentions are. And so I would just say, you know, in most situations, we don't need to assume ill intent unless we have good reason to. Or maybe they think you're cool. It could be that. Maybe they think you're fucking badass and they're like, I want to follow this guy. You know, maybe they're realizing that you're a real one and that the other friends suck and that's why he's trying to follow you. You know? There are many different explanations for why this is happening. So I would just try to think through what those could be. Maybe this other person is realizing that their friends suck and they're like, hey, where's that one guy? That one guy was cool. I wonder what he's up to, you know? Never know. You never know. But at the end of the day, it's like, you know they're missing out. You know they're missing out. Thoughts on age gap relationships? Okay, here we go. I think age gap relationships are problematic in most situations. I feel like age gap relationships, the older you get, the less it matters. You know, if you're 30, I don't care if you're dating somebody who's 50. If you're 30, I don't care if you're dating somebody. You know what I mean? It's like, you're a full-grown adult, do what you want to do. Where I have a big problem with age gap relationships is when it's an older person who is targeting someone younger and taking advantage of their lack of experience as a way to manipulate and control them. There's no reason why somebody 30 needs to be dating somebody who's 19. I feel like past a certain age, it's like, whatever. Like, who cares? You know, if you're 30, if you're 40 and you want to be with somebody who's 60, nobody's going to bat an eye at that. Nobody cares. You're both full-grown adults. But I don't consider somebody a full-grown adult until they're like late 20s, pretty much. You ever met somebody who's 23? They're pretty much a kid. So I feel like people who get into these relationships that have a problematic age gap, they exclusively do them for the wrong reasons. If you're a young person looking to be with somebody older, you're basically looking for a replacement parent. You're looking for somebody to tell you what to do, somebody who can guide you and provide for you. But it's like, you can have role models, you don't need to date your role models. You can have older people in your life that you can go to for guidance and support, but you don't have to also be, you know what I mean? I feel like you should preferably be in a relationship with somebody who is in the same stage of life as you. You're going to have the most in common. You're going to be able to relate more on many more things. And there's going to be less of a power differential. feel like in general, it's like you're better off just keeping a age gap within a couple years. You know, the more space there is, the more problematic it's going to be. You know, 2 years apart, perfect. 3 years apart, that's fine. 5 years apart, okay, now we're starting to, you know, this could potentially be problematic. You know, what's an 18-year-old doing with a 23-year-old? These types of age gaps were more common as recently as yesterday. People who are like 18 dating 20-year-old, like 23-year-olds. Still gross, still problematic. I'm not sure how some people do it, because if I look at somebody who's younger than like 30 years old, I view them as a child. FIFO Reserve, thank you for the 5 months. Yeah, normally what happens is whenever a person goes into a relationship and there's a big age gap, it's like the older person wants the younger person to grow up, and very rarely are people in these relationships for the right reasons. It's either an older person trying to reclaim their youthful energy, or it's a younger person looking for somebody to take care of them. And I don't think either of those are good reasons to go into a romantic relationship. That's what friends are for. You can have friends of any fucking age. You don't have to date them. I feel like once you're past like 30, 40 years old, it's like age gaps don't matter so much as long as it's not somebody who's like younger than you. But all I can say is that whenever I see somebody who's in their 30s dating somebody in their 20s, it makes me feel uncomfortable. It feels predatory. You know, like you're 32, why are you dating a 23-year-old? That just feels wrong to me. Or like 18, 19-year-olds dating people in their 20s or older. It's like, no. What do you have in common? What do you talk about? I got set up on a blind date with someone 10 years younger than me, and it was very strange, right? Like, wouldn't that just feel uncomfortable? Like, I don't know how some people do it. It just doesn't feel, it just feels so wrong to me. It feels creepy. It feels predatory. It's like, what are you doing, robbing the cradle? I'm 25 and I don't feel good about dating 29 plus. Yeah, because that person is in a completely different stage of life than you. A lot can go on between 25 and 30. A lot can change within a person between 25 and 30. Around 25 is when you finally start to feel like an adult. Your brain is fully developed. You know, you're starting to establish yourself in the world, but you're still young. You're still vulnerable. You don't have the experience. You probably don't have the same amount of resources. And when you find somebody who's at a different stage of life, they might be able to manipulate you because of that power differential. Somebody who's in their 30s, they might have a house. They might have a 401k. They might hold that over your head. They might find themselves resentful that you aren't able to contribute in the same way that they contribute, but it's unfair. You're You're in a different stage of life. Anyway, that's how I feel about age gap relationships. I feel like you should find somebody your own age. But honestly, once you're older than like 40, it's like, who cares? You can, if you're 40 and you want to date somebody who's like 60, I don't care. I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, the older you get, I feel like the less it matters. You'll see people who are like 60 dating people who are like 80. Like, does anybody care? No. But if you're 30 and you're dating somebody that's 20, it's like, yeah, I absolutely have a problem with that. Worried about my brother. He seems infatuated with a 21-year-old. They know each other from working at Target together. I know my brother has a crush, but he's not leading with that. It's weird, but they match each other's energy. It's weird, but what can I do? You know, while we're on the topic, why do some people seek out people from different age ranges? It could be a sign that they're not emotionally developed. You know, a person in their late 20s, if they're not emotionally developed, they might seek out somebody who's at the same developmental level as them. That's problematic for all of the reasons that you think it is. Like, you don't need to find somebody younger just because they are a match for you. That's a sign that you need to grow up. All I know is that people who end up in these types of big age gap relationships never do it for the right reasons. It's either old people trying to rekindle something or feel young, or it's young people trying to find somebody who can take care of them. And I don't think that either of those are good reasons to enter a relationship. He's 36. He's my age. If I was 36, I would have myself committed. You and I both know that that would only end in disaster. Not great to date 21-year-olds at 36 for sure. And if we're being honest, I don't feel like it's a great time to date 21-year-olds ever. Even when you're 21. Like, when was the last time you met a 21-year-old? Like, they're basically a high schooler. I don't see how anyone could want to date one ever. Let's just pass a law. You're not allowed to date anyone until you're 25 years old. This should hopefully that solves the problem of these problematic age gaps. You need to be a fully developed human being. I guess what I would ask your brother is, brother, if you had a 21-year-old daughter, how would you feel about her dating a 36-year-old man? Sometimes asking people these types of questions can open them up to a little bit of a new perspective. Love this emote. Oh yeah, it's the new emote I made. Little beaver. My husband is 7 years older than me, but we didn't start dating until I was 32. See? No problem with that. See, nobody cares about that. That's totally fine. You were both fully formed adults. I don't consider somebody 21 to be a fully formed adult. I don't care what the law says about you being a legal adult. I know for a fact your brain's not fully developed. "36 and 21, you are literally old enough to be that person's father. Imagine yourself as 15, they were a baby. I don't know, I would just tell your brother whatever he needs to hear to get him to knock that shit out, because not a good look. I'm gonna work on it. I'll be here to help. You might find yourself wanting to be judgmental and critical, and you can, but I would just be mindful about how you deliver it. Like, you're trying to just get him to realize the error. I studied psychology for years, becoming very good at understanding pretty much anything, yet I can't grasp on why I'm sort of unable to build up a solid self-confidence. It's like being able to define very precisely how you feel why, but not putting yourself directly into action. Yeah, or it's like knowing how to, knowing how to drive a car, but not knowing how to fix a car. And what the different parts do. The thing about self-confidence is that it's something that you build slowly over time. You don't want to rush it because that leads you into false confidence, and that can actually set you up to fail. And so as you are building your confidence, just build it slowly. Provide yourself more positive affirmations. Pay attention to the content of your thinking. Are your thoughts reinforcing your confidence, or are your thoughts degrading your confidence? What about my actions? What about my emotions? We just want to make sure that the way that we act, the way that we think, the way that we feel are being channeled back into our sense of confidence, our sense of efficacy. Self-confidence is a skill. Just like anything else, it just takes time to learn how to do it. And even when you get really practiced at it, you will still find those moments of doubt, and that's okay. Because it's that sense of self-doubt that actually motivates you to keep going and to keep trying and to keep getting stronger. Because if all you had was confidence and you had no doubt, why keep going? Why keep getting stronger? What's the point? I don't need to get any stronger. Sometimes doubt is the motivator that keeps you working. So practice taking time to acknowledge your victories, celebrating your successes, practicing gratitude, identifying the things that you like about yourself, celebrating your successes. That's how you build confidence. Give yourself the time you need to build it properly. It's not something you want to rush. You want to build genuine confidence, not false confidence. That takes time to do. So take the time you need. I met a guy in college that I grew really close with over an 8-month period. We had deep conversations, sweet moments, and strong emotional chemistry. He told me he struggles to express his feelings, but often hinted he really cared for me from a lot of small things that felt significant, and he sent albums with lovey lyrics that reflected our bond. I felt a deep, possibly soulmate/twin flame connection with him, but a recurring problem that we have is that he's very distant outside of college. I'd bring this up to him and he would be understanding, but always tell me he isn't good at texting/calling and prefers in-person interactions. But now since our break started, I've went 2 months of barely hearing from him. Fever? Don't swat me. Like, me personally, I'm not a fan of the excuse, I'm just not good at texting/calling. What do you mean you're not good at it? Get better at it. Learn how to do it. What do you mean? I'm not good at shooting basketball. And practice. Throw the ball in the hoop. Keep going. Keep trying. Get better at it. I'm just not a big fan of excuses. I'm just not a big fan of excuses, okay? You're not good at something? Okay, go practice it. What are you talking about? It's just a skill like anything else. Went 2 months with barely hearing from him, except for a birthday message, which I was super grateful for, and I'm starting to wonder if I imagined it all. The feelings were real, okay? You felt those feelings were real. The question is, were they as deep as I felt them to be? The thing to remember here is that you can feel deep, meaningful connections with people. That's what you should take away from this. Hey, baby. I really valued our bond and really thought he did too. I don't know how to move on or if I should. I've already expressed how the lack of communication bothers me prior to the break, but he hasn't fully addressed it or done anything about it. I guess I just missed him and want to connect again. I don't want to be in a one-sided connection where it feels like I'm always reaching out. Any advice on how to navigate a connection like this? Show yourself some of that love, Brendan. Show yourself some of that love. Work on that inner connection. Do the work that needs to be done in the privacy of your own heart. You feel deeply, you love deeply. It's okay to direct that inwards as well. What you'll realize is that the depth and complexity of this relationship that you felt is something that you can easily have with many people, because that's just the type of person you are. So you had what you had, and right now you have what you have. If we're finding ourselves unsatisfied with what we have now, we need to find something that feels more satisfying to us. I feel like, if you feel like you're bad at communicating, if you're bad at keeping in touch, it's like, if the person means a lot to you, you would try better. You would try to do more, You wouldn't just leave it at, well, I'm just bad at it. I'm just bad at texting. I'm just bad at being on the phone. I'm bad at doing the dishes. I'm bad at doing the laundry. Can never improve. Can never learn. We don't have room for weaponized incompetence. We don't have room for learned helplessness. I would just say it's okay to redirect that energy elsewhere if you feel like you aren't being properly reciprocated. You had fun, you had a strong connection, and you'll always have those memories. And if this relationship ends up not working out, that's okay. Because you know that I can feel deeply, I can love deeply, and I can be connected with people. And I can find somebody that reciprocates. Chat, don't forget, if you've got a lot of love to give, it's okay to save some for yourself. I think he's a good guy, just not good for connections. Right? It's like... But it sounds like you're looking for somebody that you can have that deep connection with all the time. And I think that is totally attainable. The question is whether or not this guy is willing to learn how to be that person. Started redirecting into my creativity. Nice. It'd be good to redirect that energy into other things. Practicing some good self-care, enjoying your hobbies. The last thing we want to do is just stew over it. Sometimes in relationships we find ourselves disconnected or drifted apart, and it doesn't have to be anybody's fault, I find that it's best to move on without any ill will. try to help them a bit. They really might not know how to do it yet. True. Just can't forget, they have to want to learn. Appreciate the advice. Thank you. Thank you, Brendan. All right, we got another question here. I want to know what it feels like to be loved and held and kissed and wanted. I'm a very independent woman because I have to be. But sometimes I really want a man to care about me deeply enough and make me feel safe enough to bring out the baby girl in me. I don't know how to find it or be content until I do. I'm not going to tell you what exactly you should do in order to make this happen, because that's going to be unique depending on what it is you're looking for and what it is you're trying to get done. But what I can talk to you about is not how to do it or what to do, but the important aspects to consider in going into this. You're very independent because you've had to be very independent. This means that we might be very guarded. This might mean that we have very strong defense mechanisms. And if we're going to let somebody in, close enough so that we feel comfortable and safe enough to allow ourselves to feel vulnerable, that's something that we're going to have to learn how to do. We're going to have to learn how to feel comfortable being vulnerable. And the thing is you can practice that outside of a relationship. You can practice it on your own time by just being introspective. You can practice it with friends or loved ones. But until you learn how to feel a bit more comfortable with opening up, you're not going to be able to find what you're looking for because you got those walls up. It's okay to have walls, but our walls should have doors. So I would just think about, what will it take for me to be able to let somebody in? What am I afraid of happening if I were to let somebody in? Am I afraid of being hurt? Am I afraid of being taken advantage of? Am I afraid of being misled? If we name our fears, that's how we overcome our fears. So we understand that what we're trying to do here is be more open, be more vulnerable. It sounds difficult, but it's not as difficult as it might seem. We need to find out what exactly it is that we're afraid of. And when we understand that, then we're able to be more prepared for it. And then we feel more comfortable being vulnerable because we can recognize that even if I'm vulnerable, that does not make me weak. Atticus is barking again. Atticus is barking again. We're gonna go see what he wants. Oh, he's crying. Okay, buddy, I'm coming. Alrighty, everybody. I think that's going to be it for today. Good long stream. It's good to be back. All right, everybody. I'm going to send you over to Cartoon Therapy. We are planning on doing a crossover episode, so feel free to go remind him of that. All right, everybody, that's going to be it for me today. I hope you all have a great night. Take good care of yourself. Do something fun. Do something fun, all right? Do something that feels special and meaningful to you. Do something nice for yourself. You earned it. Alrighty, everybody, that's going to be it for me today. I will see you all tomorrow. Hope you all have a great night. Stay safe out there. Until next time. Alrighty, everybody. Peace. Go say hi to Cartoon Therapy for me. My brother in arms. We're out here fighting the good fight. Doing mental health on twitch.tv. Also, do not forget that love is real. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.